Chapter 3:16. Lionel took a deep breath. This was no longer the trial grounds. While this meant that he was no longer restricted by cooldowns and limited by skills, it also meant that this was the same for everyone else. This made this situation several times more difficult than it had been in the past. Lionel believed that if he tried to use his dreamscape battle sense now, the drain on his mind would be even greater without the limitation on the actions his opponent could take. But, for the time being, Lionel couldn't worry about this any longer. Lionel's senses reached out once more. Though it seemed like he was paying attention to the opponents before him through the heavy rain, he was actually looking for legend skills. Lionel realized something very important. Though it was negative that he could no longer guarantee himself the 4 seasons realm with his bow, that didn't mean it was a net negative. While he couldn't guarantee anything anymore, his paths had suddenly broadened. With all of these force arts floating around, did that mean that he could find the legend skills for his spear as well? Just as Lionel was about to act, someone else couldn't hold back any longer. Lionel locked onto a demon lord. Surprisingly, it was the very same zombie demon lord he had met during his first battle in this no man's land, Coyote. Lionel remembered what Lancelot had said about this demon lord. Back then, he had been with the demon lord Dagon, a skeleton demon with heavy balls chained to his wrists and ankles. According to Lancelot, Dagon was ranked in the high 20s amongst demon lords and was even comparable to those in the top 20. Yet, compared to him, Coyote was much more dangerous. The reason was simple: there was simply too little information about him. No one knew his likes, his dislikes, his tendencies, nothing. Maybe even Mordred was in the dark about this. Coyote shot forward, his rotting eyes completely placid as though he didn't notice the tense situation they were all in. A foul stench wafted from his body as heavy droplets of acidic rain rebounded off his dead skin. A spear. Lionel took notice of Coyote's weapon immediately. This was most definitely not the weapon Coyote had used during that battle. It seemed that he had been hiding even his main choice of weapon from others. In fact, as far as Lionel remembered, he barely had any impression of Coyote during the trials. However, now that Lionel thought about it, he remembered that the only time he ever saw Coyote display any types of emotions was when the latter felt greed after Lionel took out his black chain spear. Back then, Lionel had been paying particular attention to the 2 demon lords in case they interfered in his battle with the Minotaur. With his ability to read people, he would never mistake such an emotion. Wait, Lionel's frown deepened. For someone like as cautious and low-key as Coyote to be making a move now. Lionel's gaze flashed, locking onto a certain direction. When he realized what was happening, his frown couldn't help but deepen. Coyote wasn't running in the direction of a legendary skill. But, Lionel knew it was impossible for such a man to take such a risk for nothing. So that's how it is. Lionel finally understood, but he hesitated. He already had so many enemies. If he made one of Coyote too, while no one had moved after Coyote did, Lionel could guarantee that if he did, several wouldn't stay idle any longer. Lionel shook his head, steeling his heart. This hesitation, it wasn't like him. Lionel shot forward, his sudden movement catching the attention of all those who had been paying particular attention to him. Still, of those paying attention, Coyote was the most shocked. He had been very cautious since the beginning. Before he made this move, he had deduced that there was a better than 50% likelihood that no one would bother with him and would choose to instead observe from afar. After all, the situation was still tense. Humans and demons alike had a tendency of letting others test the waters for them. Like this, it would be possible to test for any dangers ahead of time. However, he could have never expected that Lionel would actually throw all of this to the back of his mind. In fact, not only had Lionel done so, but it seemed as though his target was completely different from Coyote's. Yet, judging by the fact Lionel's gaze hadn't left the zombie demon lord from start to finish, Coyote knew that he had been seen through. A smirk curled Coyote's lip. It seems that I've been seen through. But so what? They must think I'm weak just because I choose to keep a low profile. Who do you think you are to challenge my will? Your spear is mine. Coyote didn't bother hiding his intentions any longer. With a hard plant of his foot, he deviated his intention direction slightly, shooting toward the empty space between himself and Lionel. Those with weak internal sight wouldn't be able to see anything but a foggy space. However, it was clear that both Lionel and the zombie demon lord had seen something others hadn't. Lionel was just 50 meters from his location. The sloshing of the growing mud beneath his feet didn't seem to impact his speed in the slightest. But, it seemed that he had underestimated just how much King Arthur wanted him dead. Minor teleportation. Lionel knew the spell well. Not only did it take up a large amount of stamina for a usual magus, but it took half a minute and sometimes even more to cast. It was simply impractical to use during battle unless one was at the level where casting multiple spells in conjunction was possible. For King Arthur to use this spell now only meant one thing: he had begun preparing it long ago and saved it for the expressed purpose of obstructing Lionel. No matter how kind-hearted and understanding Lionel was, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of rage from the depths of his heart. From start to end, it was always this so-called King Arthur obstructing him in every way and fashion. Did this king really think that he was a pushover? Did he look like a man that could be targeted for death time and time again without consequences? Lionel's aura billowed, his bow disappearing in favor of a heavy spear. Clang! 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 The sound of the black spear's chains drowned out even the thunder in the sky above. Lionel could feel that his spear had been waiting to be released for a long time. He had repressed it for a long time already. It was finally time to unleash it. Lionel's gaze seemed to pierce through the space separating himself and the king. Even if he couldn't kill this bastard, Lionel didn't mind teaching him a harsh lesson he would never forget. How could he wield that sword so arrogantly without an arm? Chapter 3:17. King Arthur widened his stance, grasping his sword with both hands. His blonde hair billowed beneath the falling rain. Even in this environment, he seemed completely untouched, a holy golden aura keeping him completely dry. Lionel charged forward, his black spear resonating with the clapping thunder. His every step was entirely enveloped by a golden light, accelerating his speed several times over. At the same time, bronze runes etched themselves across his body, drawing a crown on his forehead and hovering a halo above his head. Raging violet lights emitted from his body, directly suppressing Arthur's kingly might. It felt as though this was the true arrival of a king. A man who could hold his head even higher than the legendary King Arthur. Such a feeling made the rage in Arthur's heart deepen. This brat? Above him? It seemed that since his sword hadn't tasted blood in so long, his legend had been forgotten. At that moment, spear and sword met. The clash caused a violent wind to spread out with them as the center. Sword force sliced the wind apart to one side and spear force billowed into the sky from the other. The land around Lionel and Arthur shook and quaked, their gazes meeting across their weapons. Lionel could see the unconcealed rage within Arthur's eyes. Arthur could see the cold indifference in Lionel's. At that moment, they completely forgot and were uncaring about Coyote. It seemed that the actions of the zombie demon lord was meaningless. The 5 remaining knights of the Round Table including Gawain watched on, hands on their weapons. There were certain battles they knew they shouldn't interfere in. In the past, these battles were the ones Arthur fought to build his legend. And now, they felt that this battle was no less important. Somewhere a long distance away, Queen Guinevere stepped out onto a terrace, looking up toward the rumbling skies. A deep sadness and complexity reflected within her eyes. Somehow, she felt that this battle would be important as well even without being present. It wasn't a matter of winning or losing. It was deeper than that. Lionel and Arthur separated, their weapons vibrating wildly. Arthur's aura surged, force climbing around his body to impossible heights. It had been too long since the King of Camelot had gone all out. Many had forgotten just how powerful he had once been. It seemed impossible that a child of not even 20 years old could face him. But, the Lionel of now wasn't the Lionel of the past. After receiving so many rewards, his force had been crystallized to an elite degree. Even the Lamorak of the past couldn't match him and he was even faintly approaching Arthur's level. If he could already hold his own to a certain extent before. What about now? Holy judgment. Holy judgment. Not caring for the thoughts of others, Lionel immediately cast the very same spell Arthur had. Today, he would prove a point. This arrogant king. He needed to learn that he couldn't be arrogant just before anyone. Brilliant swords formed in the skies, however Lionel's formed several times faster. Before Arthur's spell was even complete, Lionel's golden swords had descended, shattering their arts to nothing. Saintly light. Saintly light. Lionel responded coldly. A pillar of light descended toward Arthur before his spell completed, forcing him to dodge out of the way and cancel his own cast. The ground shook and groaned, leaving a pit in the spot he had just once been. Sacrificial cross. Arthur raised his sword, a blinding light forming at its tip. However, just when he was about to slash downward, a cold voice floated to his ears, tearing at his eardrums. Sacrificial cross. Lionel's spear slashed downward with a powerful momentum, then across with an arrogant burst. A cross of blinding golden light shot forward, tearing toward King Arthur. The king brandished his sword, hurriedly blocking, but he couldn't stop himself from sliding backward tens of meters, the web of his fingers tearing apart. Lionel brandished his spear, taking a step forward. His hair billowed, seemingly untouched by the heavy rain. His halo hung above his head and his piercing violet eyes peered toward Arthur as though to question him. Is this the product of your arrogance? Is this what you were so proud of? Light domain. Light domain. A sphere of light appeared before Lionel, quickly expanding until it became a dome that shrouded over 20 meters. It completely crushed Arthur's own spell, shattering his sphere before it even expanded outside of his body. Lionel held his spear in his right, raising his left. He pointed a finger forward, causing beams of light to form all around him under the influence of light domain. In this world of darkness, he seemed like the only source of light, willing the light element to manifest itself to his beck and call. Arthur's gaze had turned a furious shade of red. It seemed as though his pupils might drip with blood at any moment. As he brandished his sword, blocking Lionel's furious assault of light, he felt as though something deep within his chest was being chipped away at. He knew he wasn't this weak. Lionel knew he wasn't this weak either. But his pride wouldn't let him stop casting spells. His pride wouldn't allow him to accept that Lionel was his better in this aspect. No matter what spell he cast, Lionel could do it faster and form it with greater strength. Lionel's barrage became faster and faster. Beneath the effect of light domain, it was as though a tiger had grown wings. His light elemental arts formed even faster than they had before. He felt as though he could take control of the whole world. Domain, this was the feeling of a domain. An absolute control. An undeniable sovereignty. The spear within Lionel's hand began to shake and rattle wildly. It felt as though it wanted to break free and soar into the skies, looking over all from above. A certain enlightenment shook Lionel's heart. For the first time, he felt the call of the spear in his hands. At that very moment, Coyote had appeared before the legendary skill art, his rotting lips curled into a smirk. What no one expected was for the situation to change once again the instant Coyote grasped the legendary skill in his hands. The sound of shattering glass resounded once more, but this was several times louder than when the treasures appeared. It was as though a massive glass statue had fallen from the skies and crashed onto the ground below. Within any explanation, Lionel felt a surging sense of crisis. The primitive man's instincts had already sunk deep into his bones. After being stacked with several other primitive consciousnesses, his instincts had already reached another level, helping his battle sense greatly. In fact, if it wasn't for this, maybe his dreamscape battle sense wouldn't have manifested so easily or so quickly. Without hesitation, he ducked down. As though sensing the same thing, Arthur did the same. Those who were lucky followed the crowd even if they didn't sense it themselves. However, those who were unlucky found themselves riddled with holes from an attack they couldn't even see with their own two eyes. Lionel watched as several elites fell, dead, not daring to get up on his own just yet. Even 3 of the Knights of the Round Table fell beneath this inexplicable barrage. At that moment, Lionel's dreamscape flashed with a violent arc of lightning centering around a particular book. The Legend of Affinities, the Epic of Magi. According to the book, there were two affinities that were rarer than the light element, two affinities that had only appeared within the legendary magus of an era. Merlin. The time and space affinity. That attack, that was most definitely a spatial ripple. However, it wasn't caused by a person. It was caused by the appearance of something. Lionel craned his neck from the ground, looking back toward the massive sinkhole he had distanced himself from originally. When he set his senses forward, a massive force art reflected in his mind. It was so large and unfathomable that he felt his mind swim just after glancing at it for but a moment. However, what was more surprising was that it reminded him of something he had forgotten about. Memories flashed within Lionel's mind. He finally remembered. His healing branch. He had already awakened it. And the fourth dimensional art hanging within his dream world. It was the reason he had been able to. Not only was it the reason, but it was eerily similar to the force art before him now. Lionel's heart palpitated. He knew for a fact that this force art was the core that made up Merlin's trial grounds. All this time, the fourth dimensional art within Lionel's world was at 99% complete, but no matter what he did, he couldn't seem to get over the edge and reach 100%. Yet, simply glimpsing at that 99% complete art in a dazed state was enough for him to instantly comprehend his healing branch. Just what kind of effect would it have on other things? Just what kind of effect would it have at 100%? 1% might sound like a small distance away, but Lionel knew that this final percent was more difficult to complete than even the first 99% as a whole. If he managed to finish it, the effect wouldn't be as small as double or even triple, it might even be tens of folds. Lionel realized in that instant that the most valuable thing here wasn't the legendary treasures or even the legendary skills. It was the force art right before him. However, Lionel didn't seem to be the only one who realized this. The moment this art appeared, the eyes of Pope Margrave and the dual sword-wielding Pierce, who had both maintained a low profile to this point, lit up. Chapter 318. Pierce stood from the mud-soaked grounds and took a step forward, brandishing his two long swords. "Stand down." Gawain looked toward Pierce with reddened eyes. They had just lost 3 knights of the Round Table. As things stood now, there was only Gawain and Ector remaining. It could be said that this was the greatest blow Camelot had taken since its establishment. Gawain's #1 priority was protecting the lives of those that remained. He couldn't allow a moment of hot-headedness or greed to ruin the foundation of Camelot. The gaze he looked toward Pierce seemed only a step away from madness. He had too many clashing emotions in his mind. On the one hand, he didn't agree with the way Arthur was doing things. But, on the other, he didn't want to see his king lose like this, nor did he want his fellow brothers to sacrifice themselves one after another. In the height of his emotions, Gawain believed that Pierce was trying to step in to defend Arthur's honor. Everything he knew about Pierce to this point defined him as a man of honor and nobility. Acting to defend Arthur at this point was exactly what the persona of the past would have done. However, Gawain would have never expected for a simple command of his to cause Pierce's sword to find its way to his neck. Gawain might have been in an emotional state, but he was still one of the 12 strongest knights beneath King Arthur. He reacted with an inhuman quickness, arching his back toward the ground and barely dodging the long, slightly curved sword. Still, he felt a cold wind across his throat. When he brought his fingers up, he found that a thin line of blood had already been drawn across his Adam's apple. Death had been just that close. When Gawain got over his shock, he immediately felt a surging anger. "Pierce. What do you mean by this?" Gawain's roar seemed to be trying to rival the rumbling clouds above, but it was, maybe fittingly, completely drowned out. "Pchoo!" Before Pierce even got a chance to respond, Gawain suddenly felt a sharp pain to his back. He looked down, shaken. His body trembled, blood leaking from his lips as he tried to speak. But the spear that had gone through his chest didn't seem apt to allow him to do so. Gawain struggled to turn his head back, only to be shocked to find his brother in arms, Sir Ector. Shock, unwillingness, resentment. It all flashed through Gawain's eyes in those last moments. But, all he saw in Hector's eyes was a dullness, as though he didn't care about taking the life of his friend of so many years. Gawain's body fell limp and lifeless, the plop of his figure onto the wet ground somehow resounding more than his final roar. The eerie sound seemed to wake Hector from his daze. He blinked, his eyes squinting in confusion. He looked from his bloodied spear to the body on the ground. When he thought of a certain possibility, his heart shook. Ailiard. Hector's tragic cry sounded like a wounded beast. He was so furious that the blood vessels of his eyes popped, causing streaking tears of blood to coat his cheeks. However, they were quickly washed away by the heavily falling rain, as though the world itself didn't want him to grieve. Hector turned his gaze toward an unassuming Magus, a seemingly amiable old man Lionel knew well. If it wasn't for Ailiard, Lionel wouldn't have lost control of his emotions during his first meeting with Lamorak, and maybe their relationship wouldn't have turned out as tragically as it did. PCHU. A spurt of blood flew of Hector's neck, his head snapping backward as small bits of remaining flesh tried to keep it attached to his shoulders. In his death, he didn't get to see who did it. However, there had only been one person in that direction. It could only have been Pierce. Hector could have never believed that he would be betrayed by not one, but two people of Camelot. This entire sequence of events was witnessed by both Lionel and King Arthur. The latter had reached such a state of rage that his visage had returned to an eerie calm. It was a kind of calm that even made Lionel's heart tremble. What kind of feeling was it to watch 6 of your brothers killed one after another? Not only killed, but to even be betrayed by 2 you once thought you could trust with your life? There were many times that Arthur had thought of expanding the Knights of the Round Table to 13 just to add Pierce. Magus Ailiard was a pillar of Camelot, one of the 7 more powerful mages of their kingdom. Yet, both of them had slighted him in this way. At this point, his rage toward the 2 of them was several levels beyond the rage he felt for Lionel. Lionel cautiously rose, his eyes narrowing as he looked toward Ailiard. So that's how things are. Maybe even Lamorak was being unknowingly influenced. There were many people Lionel thought that might be traitorous. He knew there was a high likelihood of a mythological zone becoming a unique zone, so he had always been paying attention. He subconsciously focused on Lamorak because the latter had not only humiliated him, but always seemed to be outrageously antagonistic for little to no reason. Then, after he saw Mordred's backstory, he realized that the Pope might very well be involved as well. But he had forgotten one thing. Ailiard had been there that day too. And, he was a mage that specialized in mental attacks. What if from beginning to end, this was all orchestrated by Ailiard? Lionel's eyes fell on the seemingly amiable, scholarly man. His aura wasn't as towering as King Arthur's, yet the wind and rain seemed to bend around him as though not wanting to disturb him. You're very curious. Ailiard spoke. Despite the billowing winds, heavy rain and rumbling clouds, not to mention the hundreds of meters that separated them, Lionel felt as though he was speaking right into his ear. You've been branded by the bishop. Why are you not following his orders properly? Lionel's pupils constricted. Chapter 319. The Bishop. It had been too long since Lionel heard mention of this person. Within the Joan zone, this entity seemed to rule the lives of Joan and the men around her. At first, Lionel had thought that the bishop was the man in the tunnels, Nicholas. Lionel still remembered the fanaticism in Nicholas' gaze when he asked him if he was well known in the future. Despite the fact the man was his enemy, Lionel couldn't help but feel bad for him at the time. These people were likely promised great things, but how many of them really got to enjoy these rewards? Nicholas thought he had become some famous legend in the future, yet Lionel had never heard of him. Wasn't that too sick of a joke? The moment Lionel heard Ailiard's words, he realized that this really was related to the matters of the Joan zone. In all likelihood, his previous conjecture that their purpose in the Joan zone was related to their successful entry into this mythological zone was most likely also correct. But, what made Lionel more apprehensive was that Ailiard said he had been branded. Was he talking about the force art he had drawn on the back of his left hand? But hadn't he gotten rid of it? How was it that Ayliard still thought he was branded? The moment Lionel returned to Earth's pseudo-fourth dimension, the art's effects were shattered. Could it be that Ayliard had sensed its previous influence? Lionel looked toward the back of his left hand. He could still see the vague outline of the once prominent scar, but the magic it once held had long since disappeared. Lionel looked back up, facing Ayliard. "So you're the one who made Lamorak target me?" he asked coldly. Ayliard didn't respond. He seemed to feel that this conversation was meaningless. Lionel's gaze narrowed. It seemed that he had been a puppet on a string from the very beginning. Whether it was his battle with Lamorak, his terrible reaction back then, even down to the fact Ayliard's disciple Ellis had been the one following him and guiding him all this time, it might even be possible that Ayliard was slowly manipulating things in the background to make more and more people turn their blades toward Lionel within the trial grounds. The more Lionel thought about it, the more he felt his heart chill. He closed his eyes, settling the rolling waves in his chest. When he opened them once again, his calm had returned. "Thanks, you've taught me a lot," Lionel said placidly. Clang. 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 Lionel brandished his spear, the clanging of the spears reaching a feverish pitch. Lionel flipped his palm, causing a horn to appear in his hand. If one looked closely and had been there that day, it would be possible to recognize this horn as having once been the property of the black rhino Lionel had defeated during his trip to this no-man's land. Back then, Lionel had just wanted to complete a few missions so that he could read the rest of what the Mage Academy library had to offer. But now, this horn had become his trump card. Since these traitors had revealed themselves so easily, even after seeing the combat prowess of Lionel and Arthur, and even taking into account the existence of Mordred and the others, it meant they were confident in their own strength. Confident to the point of believing they no longer had to hide themselves. However, did he really look like someone who could just be rolled over? Lionel guessed that the goal of these people and the bishop was the fourth-dimensional force art to his back. Maybe in the meantime, they wouldn't mind picking up some treasures and comprehending some legendary skills along the way. To them, this was practically an open treasure trove they could take up whenever they wanted. The so-called resistance before them was meaningless. Lionel laughed. But, when others heard it, they felt their hearts tremble. They could hear all of his emotions. His bitterness, his rage, his pride. In the past several months, he had been toyed with like a puppet on a string. He thought himself to be intelligent, yet he hadn't even realized who his true enemy was until the last moments. Now that he thought about it, Ayliard was probably only dissatisfied with him because he wanted to make use of Lamorak for a bit longer. By Ayliard's estimation, had Lionel not killed Lamorak and gone against the wishes of the bishop, Ayliard would have never been exposed at all. After all, his suggestive magic on Lamorak had been weaved over several months to years. It was much too subtle compared to Hector, who he rashly took control of just for a few moments. Though he didn't mind being exposed now, he felt as though it was unnecessary and he felt forced by the circumstances. He didn't like not having everything in the palm of his hands. To him, Lionel's actions were akin to a jumping monkey stalling the path of a king. However, even Ayliard couldn't help but frown slightly toward Lionel's laughter. He could tell that this laughter wasn't one of hopelessness nor was it one of madness. It was almost like the kind of laugh you gave a friend when you fell for a prank. It was simply too light. Lionel brought the horn up to his lips and blew. At first, the horn was a deep black luster. It curled up for over a meter and weighed almost 100 pounds. However, after Lionel blew, several gorgeous patterns lit up across its surface, shimmering with a beautiful pale green light. The billowing wind from Lionel's blow tore into the skies, causing the thunderous storm to pause for just a moment. Ayliard's pupils constricted. It wasn't just him, but so did Pope Margraves. As the two most accomplished mages on the battlefield, they realized exactly what just happened. This was definitely beast-taming magic, but they had never seen it used in this way. Lionel calmly put the horn away as though he hadn't done anything special. In its place, he pulled out a familiar golden rod. Though it no longer held Francis' flag on one end of it, Lionel would never forget this pole. It was none other than a replica of Joan's weapon. I didn't get to use this against the monocle-wearing bastard. But, that's just fine. I happen to hate you all almost as much. Did they think that he, Lionel Morales, was someone they could easily deal with whenever they wanted to? He would make Ailiard and the other lackeys of this so-called bishop pay a price for their arrogance. And, the cost he was asking for was nothing less than their lives. Chapter 320. The blaring horn seemed capable of separating even the thick clouds above. Those close to it felt as though they had suddenly been thrust into the center of a storm. Even after the sound traveled tens of kilometers, it refused to dissipate, multiplying over itself and projecting outward for longer and longer distances. Lionel stood amidst the rain with an indifferent expression. However, the ground had already begun to rumble. If the world had already felt as though it might end at any time, it was practically on the brink of destruction now. Ailiard's expression had been bordering on smugness just moments ago. But now, it felt as though everything within his body had tightened. He stared daggers toward Lionel, but the latter remained unmoved. At that moment, the first roars came from over the horizon. Massive demonic beasts of all shapes and sizes charged forward as though they had lost their minds, savage expressions being projected from their red eyes. It could be said that Lionel was an absolute expert of every path of magic Camelot had to offer. As long as it was within the magic art tower, it was stored within his dream world, never to leave. The only reason he never used elements outside of light and earth was because it simply wasn't worth it. With his affinity, casting light or earth arts took half the stamina, could be completed in half the time and carried twice the strength. Why would he waste his time casting other arts when this was the case? However, there were especially rare instances where the paths of other mages were beneficial to him. Whether it was when he used a teleportation art as a trump card or when he used the sensory blockers of mental mages to form the maze within Camelot's castle, both of these were instances of Lionel taking a step out of his true comfort zone. The use of this horn was yet another instance. Originally, Lionel hadn't had a plan to use Joan's treasure. He originally saved it within his dreamscape only to test his new dream sculpt ability. Back then, Joan's treasure had just been a useful outlet. However, after he met Simeon again, he realized that this treasure might become very useful when disrupting Simeon's control over his beasts. Unfortunately, Simeon had smartly retreated long before Lionel got a chance to use this trump card he had kept in reserve. When Lionel came to this SS grade zone, he found himself pushed into a corner again and again. He realized that he needed trump cards or else this really might be the place he died. The problem was that alone. Joan's staff was useless. Lionel didn't dare to use it on humans for fear of the backlash. He affirmed this unwillingness after reaching this world. With the strong mental strength of mages, who would dare casually try to take control of their minds? Even Ailiard had to be especially careful. Due to this realization, Lionel thought that Joan's staff might very well become useless to him until he met Simeon again. But, when he was browsing the mage arts of the magic art tower, he suddenly stumbled into the world of beast mages. Overall, they were a small profession, often overlooked entirely. Many of them were just glorified mailmen, used to take control of messaging birds to communicate between long distances. However, it was in them Lionel saw endless potential and a plan began to form in his mind. The horn just happened to be a useful medium, but the true strength of the horn were the spells Lionel inscribed onto it. These spells were to beasts what mermaids were to sailors. The moment they heard it, they couldn't help but be lured to Lionel uncontrollably. Lionel had been saving this card in his back pocket for a long time, waiting for an opportune moment to use it. In fact, looking toward Lionel now, King Arthur felt an endless bubbling fear within his heart. What if Lionel had blown this horn from within the walls of Camelot? What would the result have been then? This was maybe the first time King Arthur had ever felt such a way. If Lionel had wanted to raze Camelot to the ground, could he really have done it? There was one point that made all of this all the more shocking. In order to stall Camelot and force them to keep some warriors back to defend their lands, Mordred had commanded beast tides to attack human settlements. Of course, she couldn't control these beasts, she could only direct them in particular directions almost like a glorified herder. However, due to Mordred's actions, not only were there higher concentrations of beasts in this region than there was usually, they were also in large groups. Could it be that Lionel had taken this into account as well? Just who was this boy? Lionel raised his golden road. A powerful, surging spirit pressure shot into the skies, separating into dozens of thin lines of energy. Arthur, Mordred, come here. Arthur frowned. His initial instinct was to reject Lionel's words. But, what the latter said next made his blood freeze. Come here, or the first person I trample will be you. Lionel's voice turned completely icy, carrying an air of majesty that seemed to project directly from the halo above his head. If it wasn't about his own life, he would let Arthur be trampled to death. As for saving Mordred, that was for two reasons. For one, he still felt a hint of sympathy toward this beauty. But, more importantly, she was the key to fixing her father's marriage. Mordred's lashes blinked somewhat flirtatiously. Her tastes were usually quite young to begin with, as she had once told Monet. In fact, she had never even considered being with a man, nor was she attracted to them. But, she had quite a good impression of this child. Even within the rain, she glided forward elegantly, completely ignoring Arthur as though he didn't exist. At this point, the battlefield was caught in an odd stalemate. Unfortunately, the first of the beasts had already crossed into their fields of vision. Chapter 321. Aeliard and those with him wanted to charge toward Lionel, but they were hesitant to do so. Though they had previously looked down on Lionel, this didn't mean that they thought they could defeat Lionel in a few exchanges. They knew that they would have to at least put forward a small effort. The root cause of their confidence was their larger number of quality experts. Whether it was Pierce, Margrave or Aeliard, they could all battle King Arthur and had better than 50% odds in defeating him. This was without even counting any other trump cards they may or may not have. However, if they charged for Lionel now, they would become embroiled in battle. By then, the beast tide would definitely be upon them. They weren't naive enough to believe that Lionel would summon these beasts without the ability to control them, and they could see that it was most likely related to the golden rod in his hands. At that point, they would have to battle not only Lionel, but an endless swarm of beasts. Could it be that they would really fall just like this? Aeliard stood opposing the growing group by Lionel's side. Just moments ago, one could have never expected to see such a sight. Not only were there humans by Lionel's side, but even the number one demon lord, Krakos, and a few others of his side had converged. These demons had fully expected Lionel to reject them, yet he said nothing. When the beast tide reached them, the immediate area around Lionel became a safe haven. As though the land around them was sacred to the point even mindless beasts didn't dare to step on it, the swarm took a curved path around them, charging toward the group of three men. Pope Margrave, Pierce and Aeliard stood in an inverted triangle position, protecting Aeliard to their backs. Solemn expressions coated each one of their faces. Individually, these beasts were nothing to them. But when they came in swarms like this, just how long would they be able to last? But they had to. Their goal had been planned out for too long. If they failed here, the consequences would be unimaginable. They couldn't afford to bear them. Pierce's twin blades were like twin scythes, leaving blurred images beneath the rain as trails of crimson blood followed their every movement. Pope Margrave held his cross to his chest, chanting solemnly with his eyes fluttering close. A barrier of light enveloped Pierce and Aeliard, replenishing their stamina with each passing moment. Aeliard himself had several veins popping across his forehead. Every time a surge of spirit pressure came from him, another beast seemed to be ripped from Lionel's control, crashing into the others and starting a battle to the death. Lionel watched all of this with a pair of cold eyes. He didn't care about Aeliard wresting control from him. In fact, Lionel hardly resisted against it. Without a medium like the Golden Staff, it took Aeliard far more effort and stamina to succeed. Lionel was happy to let him do it, it only meant that this battle would end all the more quickly. He knew well that the three were holding on, hoping that his stamina would run out first. But, was there such a good thing in the world? Unless he was pushed to dire straits, Lionel would never make the mistake of running out of stamina again. As the Battle of Camelot was raging, Lionel didn't have the mind to care for two things. First, he had yet to figure out just why it was the dictionary hadn't answered his question, and secondly, the integration was still ongoing. At this time, Earth was undergoing drastic changes. The moon was easily taken for granted. However, the truth was that it was responsible for some of the most important constants of Earth. It could influence the atmosphere, the tides, and even Earth's tilt and rotation. A slight change to any of these things could throw Earth into a heat wave or another ice age. If this was true, what would happen if a second moon suddenly began to form? What would happen to Earth's rotation? Its atmosphere? Its tilt? Its climate? This was exactly what was happening now. Camelot hadn't even fully formed yet, but the chaos had already begun to shift. The first and most obvious change were the tides. On some coasts, it completely receded. On others, it surged, and began to roll over, forming massive tsunamis that reached into the skies. The climate began to flip and wildly fluctuate, causing massive currents of hot and cold winds to form through the atmosphere. The clashing of these changes soon formed major sites of tornadoes and hurricanes. If one looked toward Earth from space, one would usually find a beautiful blue and green planet that looked somewhat like a polished marble. However, if one looked now, it was almost impossible to see any land at all. Massive white clouds formed large swirling patterns across the skies, masking the disasters they were causing below them. Such massive changes to climate should have occurred over centuries, millennia, even. Yet, in this new world order, it all seemed to be happening simultaneously. At this point, everyone had been focused on clearing out as many invalids and zones as possible, all so that a normal society could be rebuilt. But, this sudden change caught everyone off guard. At that moment, Emperor Fox stood within Earth's central palace. His hands were clasped behind his back, his flowing white hair whipping about in the surging winds as the sky darkened. His eyes narrowed. He seemed to realize that a massive change was coming even sooner than he anticipated. But, he wasn't sure of what this could mean for the future of Earth. They weren't ready for such a change just yet. Within Camelot's world, Lionel had no idea what was happening to Earth at this moment. However, even if he did, there was nothing he could do about it. He had to stay focused on the task at hand. Though he had forced his enemies into a corner and seemingly so easily, at that, he still couldn't feel at ease. He seemed to have earned this victory. He knew that there was a limit to how powerful those of higher dimensions could send here. With them being restricted in strength, it shouldn't be shocking that they'd lose to a prepared Lionel. But still, Lionel couldn't shake off the feeling no matter how hard he tried. A unique zone shouldn't be this easily resolved. As Lionel was lost in thought, a figure had begun to stealthily move within the group of individuals he was protecting. Lionel didn't seem to react to this change. In fact, even Arthur and Mordred, who were both elites among elites, didn't sense this change. After a moment, it became obvious why. Not only was this person exceptionally good at hiding their intentions, but they had been standing near Lionel from start to finish. Yet, even after several moments of this endless attack of beasts, this person had still not made their move. At that instant, Pope Margrave coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had reached his limit. Sustaining the stamina of two elites was too much even for him despite the support of his treasure. Seeing this, Lionel slightly relaxed. Maybe he was too anxious. There was no way they could have contingency plans for such an event, right? How many could casually control a tide of hundreds of beasts like this? It was exactly then that the shadow within the group acted. Their actions were so swift that even in the instant they were acting, no one reacted to what was happening. The blade was quick, lethal, and merciless. It preyed on the moment Lionel let his guard down like an elite assassin in the night. It charged through the heavy rain, cut through the sharp winds, and aimed for Lionel's back, ready to pierce through his heart. Lionel was finished. Still, even then, the shadow didn't relax. As a professional, until Lionel had breathed his last, celebration would never be on their mind. PCHU. The blade reached Lionel's back and the shaft of the weapon followed through. The shadow smiled. It was done. A shame, the shadow froze. Had you wielded anything but a spear, you might have had a chance. The indifferent voice continued to drift into the shadow's ears. Isn't that right, Coyote? Chapter 322. Coyote was stunned. It was only after he registered that this eerie voice he was listening to now was Lionel's that he understood that he had failed. However, he couldn't wrap his mind around how he had. His spear had very clearly entered Lionel's body even to the middle of its polearm. How could Lionel possibly be fine? At that moment, Coyote suddenly felt that something was wrong. Though the shaft of his spear had disappeared, he didn't feel the resistance he should after driving his spear through someone. My spear, Coyote was stunned. His spear, its tip had completely crumbled. In fact, even the portion he hadn't tried to drive into Lionel's body began to break down, crumbling into ash before his very eyes. Lionel turned his head back to watch this scene indifferently. It was clear that this was exactly what he expected to happen. To try and use a spear against the owner of the spear domain ring was practically asking for death. Any spear not acknowledged by the ring on Lionel's finger would crumble beneath its influence. Clearly, Coyote hadn't met these lofty goals, so he was destined for failure the moment he stepped forward. Coyote couldn't even react before he felt a blade go through his throat. He was simply too close to Lionel and he had suddenly found himself without a weapon. Why would Lionel give him a chance to recover and escape? He had already flipped his palm and swapped out his spear for an arrow. Coyote could only die with grievances, having no idea how he had ended up in such a situation. Arthur and Mordred looked toward Lionel with shock, not understanding what they were seeing either. However, Lionel didn't have the time to mind their reactions. He had already turned his attention back toward Ailiard and his companions. As expected, the moment Coyote died, their supposedly dire straits had completely flipped. They stood in the midst of the beast tide, coldly locking eyes with Lionel. Lionel couldn't help but shake his head. These people are so cunning and they have no sense of shame. It's as though they put their mission above their pride and dignity. They would rather feign weakness for a chance at easily completing this mission by killing me rather than having an upfront battle. Though it couldn't be said that they were suddenly having an easy time with the beast tide, they were most definitely not on the edge of death as they had made it seem previously. Such a sight made Lionel several points more serious. Just what were they planning now? Margrave. Ailiard said coldly. Yes. In that moment, Margrave's aura completely changed. From one of the holiest, sanctimonious light, it became a boundless darkness, competing even with the vast black clouds in the sky above. Lionel wasn't as shocked by this change as compared to others. Thanks to the fourth trial, he had already seen Pope Margrave use dark elemental magic. However, even he couldn't expect what would happen next. A black pearl appeared in Margrave's hand. He lightly tossed it into the air, causing it to burst apart. This bursting action wasn't an attack, but rather a sort of release, unchaining what was slumbering within. And, when Lionel saw exactly what had been within the pearl, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. There were 5 individuals in total. All of them had the dull white eyes of invalids, but Lionel knew that they hadn't always been like this because he recognized each and every one of them. They were the members of the Aderna family, Little Nana's family. Lionel's expression changed. If this was the case? His head snapped toward the segmented cube in the distance. From the start, Lionel had veered the battle away from it in order to protect Little Nana. However, if Little Nana's family was being treated like this, the possibility for what could have happened to Little Nana was endless. Come here. Lionel panicked slightly, but he called out as a last resort. He had never tried to command the segmented cube before, but he knew that it was a treasure that had to have its own intelligence even if it was somewhat dormant now. If that wasn't the case, how had it acted on its own to take the octopus corpse before? Or what about when it acted on its own to take the corpse of the naked sniper he crossed paths with after leaving the fort? Ailiard's gaze flashed seeing Lionel's panic. Do it. He said calmly. Before, Ailiard had been apprehensive. He didn't know what kind of treasure the segmented cube was, so he had no idea what might happen if he tried to execute his contingency plan with it acting as a barrier. However, Lionel's panic seemed to put him at ease. Margrave acted on Ailiard's orders almost immediately, sinking into the ground like a shadow. When he reappeared, he had already left the scope of the beast tide, standing before the segmented cube. Lionel's panic grew. The segmented cube actually didn't listen to his command. Could it be that he was wrong about it having intelligence? Could it be that it couldn't hear him? Was there another reason? Lionel's mind spun. He didn't believe for a moment that the Pope hadn't done anything to little Nana. Judging by the methods of these people, they wouldn't go easy on her just because she was young. After all, even the 2-year-old Mordred hadn't been spared. The only reason why Lionel could trust having Mordred by his side was because he had been there for every one of her so-called treatments. Lionel's mind spun as he forced himself to calm down. Think. The defenses of the segmented cube weren't infallible. Lionel knew this truth firsthand. Back when he awakened his metal synergy lineage factor, he managed to blast a hole right through it. He didn't believe that it could protect itself against an assault from Margrave. Margrave gathered his strength, the darkness around him surging endlessly. Lionel diverted a portion of the beast tide toward him, but he already knew it would be too late to make it. Lionel's gaze suddenly trembled. Place any life forms into suspended animation. His roar shot across the battlefield. At that moment, the segmented cube finally reacted. It spun in place, suddenly shrinking and dodging Margrave's palm. It then shot across the battlefield at an almost impossible-to-track speed, reaching Lionel in the blink of an eye. It was only after the segmented cube landed in Lionel's hand that he finally sighed a breath of relief. However, in the next instant, he felt a surge of anger. These people were really damnable. Not even letting a little girl go. Lionel didn't know little Nana well, but she had already saved his life once. If for nothing other than this favor, he wouldn't let anything happen to her. Beneath his rage, his aura seemed to surge, his violet eyes gaining a slight touch of red. Ailiard slightly frowned at the failure, but it was only that. Looking toward Lionel's rage, he couldn't help but sneer. This boy dared to have such an expression before him? Ailiard stretched out a hand. He had already decided. He would crush this boy with absolute strength and wipe that arrogance between his brow away. It seemed that they had taken his will to end this as easily as possible as a sign of weakness. They would pay dearly for this. His hand continued to raise. At that moment, most of the beast tide was blocked by the 5 Ailiard family puppets Margrave had taken out. But, what Ailiard did next would make them nearly obsolete. Bind. He spoke coldly. It was then that it happened. Dozens of beasts were grinded to a halt beneath the might of a single word. Lionel's eyes widened. That ability. It was little Nana's. Chapter 323. Lionel's gaze went completely red. Within the Joan zone, he had already seen those like Pierre and Nicholas gaining abilities through force arts. They drew these arts directly onto their bodies, gaining power through their pain and sacrifice. However, what Lionel had always understood was that these abilities had to come from someone. He didn't know who they came from, but he knew that this was the only way things made sense. Remembering little Nana's fear when Margrave asked her to come to him, Lionel's fists clenched so tightly that veins threatened to burst along his forearm. Maybe if it wasn't for his impossibly strong physique, that's exactly what would have happened. How exactly had they extracted little Nana's ability from her? What had they put her through? If the pain for just receiving the ability was so great, what was the pain like for snatching an ability? Was little Nana already under their control? Lionel couldn't imagine any other reason they would allow her to roam so freely. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. The first person that Lionel had ever wanted to kill was the junior Governor Duke. That bastard shot cannons at his own citizens, men, women and children who relied on him for protection. Such scum deserved no less than the worst of deaths. Lionel had never expected that his desire to kill would be unleashed again so soon. As though something constrained within his body was completely released, the muddied ground beneath his feet quaked, sinking in beneath his might. Without a thought for anything else, he placed the segmented cube within his spatial ring and shot forward. Watching his back, Arthur and Mordred looked toward the valiant young man. The halo above his head, the violet bronze aura swirling around his body, his dauntless charge, the father-daughter pair looked toward one another. A swirl of complex emotions lit Arthur's eyes, but to Mordred it was as though she was looking toward just any other person. Mordred smiled somewhat playfully, but it was most definitely not the kind of look one gave to their own father. "I'm going to support him." Without another word, she too shot forward. Arthur looked down at his sword, then toward the corpses of his comrades. He sighed a sigh that seemed to resonate from the depths of his heart. Rain finally fell onto his body, pelting across his valiant white armor and drenching his golden hair. Maybe it was only at that moment he decided to come back to Earth. Then, he too charged. Those who had remained in Lionel's circle of protection looked toward each other. They were just an odd mix of humans and demons. The most powerful among them was probably the #1 demon, Lord Krakos. They were unsure if they should act as well, but there was truly no choice in the matter. They weren't fools. They felt that if they lost this battle, they would regret it for a lifetime. Lionel didn't pay attention to who was coming with him. Maybe it was that he didn't care, or maybe this was the charisma of a king. When a general led a vanguard, did he need to look to his back to ensure his knights were following? When a king entered a room, did he need to check to make sure everyone had bowed? When an emperor looked over a world, did he need make all understand his sovereignty? Lionel didn't need to look. With a flip of his palm, the arrow vanished, being replaced by his black spear. Clang! 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 The sound seemed to resound even more now than they had in the past. It was as though it could feel Lionel's emotions, his valiance, his kingly aura. Lionel appeared before the 5 Ailiard family puppets. But, before he could act, he heard a giggle by his ear. "I'll take them on, little one." Lionel didn't look back. His steps suddenly became unpredictable and erratic. Silver skill abrupt stop. Silver skill explosive first step. Gold skill irregular steps. Lionel brushed by the 5 as though they weren't there at all. In that instant, Pierce appeared before him, his 2 long swords blurring into long shadows beneath the falling rain. "Leave him to me." Another voice trailed behind Lionel, carrying a fury no less than his own. Pierce's betrayal was like a knife to King Arthur's heart. He felt like everything he had built as a king was crumbling before him. All the sacrifices he had made, all the tears he had shed, all the blood he had spilt. None of it seemed to matter anymore. He had lost 6 of his brothers. He had long since lost his daughter. His wife was hardly his own. And now, his kingdom was crumbling before his eyes. What did he have left? King Arthur roared beneath the rain. It drenched him from head to toe. He poured his everything into his strike. If he couldn't strike Pierce down today, he would never be able to take a first step. Lionel used Arthur to surge past Pierce, his eyes training on Ailiard. He entered the range of the mental mage, his mind having returned to a state of eerie calm. This was the man who had caused him so much trouble from the very beginning. He was the one who set Lamorak against him. He was the one who caused the death of so many innocents. He was the one who treated the life of a little girl as though she was just expendable cattle. Ailiard's lip curled. "You're courting death." He raised his hand again. "Bind." Lionel felt formless shackles cover his body. He could tell that these restrictions were many times more powerful than when Nana used them. It might have been because she was still too young, maybe it was because she still had too little understanding of her own ability, or maybe it was because Ailiard's abilities as a mental mage stacked well with Nana's ability. Whatever the truth was, anyone would feel as though it was impossible to break these shackles. Despite controlling a tide of beasts, Ailiard still had plenty of stamina left to deal with Lionel. Die. Lionel's gaze remained expressionless, his eyes boring holes in Ailiard. Clang. 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 Clang! Clang! The sounds of the chains became more furious. Beneath a king's domain, you dare to be so disrespectful? The words seemed to boom through Aeliard's mind. At that moment, Lionel finally heard the spear's name. In that instant, he had finally grasped a portion of his first spear domain. Chain domain. Clang! 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 A dome of black light expanded around Lionel. Across its surface, illusory chains whipped about like vines and whips, resonating with the rumbling thunder above. The binding restrictions Aeliard placed down suddenly found themselves being ironically restricted. In the blink of an eye, they weakened by more than half. With a flex of his body, Lionel shattered them, landing on the ground. His hair billowed wildly as he stepped toward Aeliard, a halo of violet bronze hanging above his head. Aeliard's calm expression finally cracked. But to Lionel, his reaction didn't mean a thing. He had come to kill. Chapter 324. Lionel's momentum was stifling. It felt as though the whole world was bowing down to him, as though everything within his reach was his own domain. Domain? Aeliard was so shocked by what he was seeing that he didn't know what to say. Lionel was simply too ignorant of the way of this new world order. Oftentimes, he couldn't properly grasp how his own abilities compared to others and just how valuable some of the resources he had available to him were. As such, he had no way of knowing just how rare domain abilities were or just how powerful they were. The so-called light domain couldn't truly be considered such an ability. Though it had helped Lionel understand the framework of what a domain should be, light domain could only be considered a cheap imitation. A domain, no matter what kind it was, represented sovereignty, a dominion, an area of absolute control. In order for one to comprehend a domain, one must be of the king's path. However, not only did Lionel not know this, he had no idea what a king's path was to begin with. This couldn't be considered to be Lionel's fault. At Earth's current level, it wasn't worthy of coming into contact with such a thing. In fact, even fourth-dimensional worlds and most fifth-dimensional worlds would never come into contact with such a thing. Even if there was a child with such abilities born into such a world, their talents would more than likely go completely unnoticed. Understanding the king's path wasn't just about having the ability, it was also about being of high enough standing to learn about it to begin with. And, even then, the so-called king's path was just the tip of the iceberg. With all of this said, it was thus shocking that Aeliard was even aware of the existence of such a thing. And, the truth of the matter was that he wasn't. He had no idea what the king's path was. The reason his reaction was like this was only because he had a small bit of knowledge about domains, and this small amount of knowledge was already enough for him to shiver in fear. Lionel, however, didn't care about Aeliard's reaction. To him, having a domain wasn't a big deal. This chain domain was just one of hundreds of domains he could comprehend. In fact, it was among the very weakest. With such a perspective, how could Lionel realize the kind of treasure trove he was sitting on? All he cared about was burying Aeliard. Bang! Lionel shot forward. At that moment, Aeliard felt as though he was moving through quicksand. He felt a weight on his body that seemed beyond simple gravity. It was as though limiters had been placed on his body, not allowing him to display his full potential. Aeliard forced himself to calm down. Even though this was a mighty domain, it had its own weaknesses. It was clear that it was still very immature. For one, even though this was a restriction-type domain, it could only work on the physical body. It had little impact on his spirit pressure or the mage arts he could cast. The only unfortunate part was the little Nana's ability only worked on the physical for now as well, which meant that within this domain, it was impossible to use this ability against Lionel. Still, after thinking to this point, Aeliard had already calmed down completely. The range of Lionel's domain was only about 10 meters currently. This meant that he couldn't stop Aeliard from continuing to bind the beasts. As long as the beasts couldn't interfere, he didn't believe he couldn't deal with an immature brat. At that moment, the ground before Lionel turned into a shadow, quickly manifesting Margrave, who had returned to protect Ailiard. Lionel didn't seem fazed by this. He had already been prepared. It was impossible to expect Mordred to stop both a group of 5 elites and Margrave at the same time. From the moment Lionel stepped onto this battlefield, he was prepared to face the both of them at once. Margrave immediately realized that his physical speed had been limited by Lionel's chain domain. However, he reacted quickly, surging with dark elemental force. It was clear in an instant that his strength in the dark element far surpassed his skill in the light element. Shadow-like tendrils shot up from the ground, shooting toward Lionel. At the same time, Ailiard's eyes flashed, manifesting numerous invisible drills that pierced toward Lionel's mind. Lionel charged forward as though he couldn't sense the danger. A sinister light flashed within Ailiard's eyes. He wasn't surprised by this result. This was the same fool who couldn't even block a simple mental agitation spell just a couple months ago. It was impossible for him to be able to see through the intricacies of mental mage magic already. Lionel's spear swept forward, a strong spear force and light coating its tip. It slashed apart Margrave's attack as though it was formed of tissue paper, allowing him to close in on the former pope in the blink of an eye. Margrave felt the restrictions coating his body. He couldn't move as he willed, and even if he could, how could he, a lifelong mage, match Lionel's speed? Shadow Shield. Numerous triangular curved shield appeared between Lionel and Margrave. Though Lionel shattered the first 2 with absolute ease, the third and subsequent fourth slowed his steps greatly. It seemed as though his momentum would come to a grinding halt at that very moment. It was then that Ailiard's invisible attack entered Lionel's range. If one could look into the world of a mental mage, it looked as though 6 cone-shaped drills were spinning toward Lionel, each more sinister than the last. One was even directed right toward Lionel's brainstem, looking to kill him with a single lethal strike. The strike seemed inevitable. Even as Lionel shattered the last of Margrave's defenses and closed in on the man, the latter was relaxed as though he could already see Lionel's corpse. However, it was at that moment that Lionel's eyes closed and reopened. It seemed like it occurred in but a moment, just a singular split moment. In fact, if the 2 men didn't know better, they would think that Lionel had simply blinked, but there was no mistaking the sudden change to the air. Ack! Ailiard held onto his head, shrieking in pain. Even when he closed his eyes in an attempt to escape, he couldn't shake the sight of those 2 predatory eyes boring into his mind. Chapter 325. Lionel didn't seem to hear Ailiard's cry of pain. He had already closed in the distance to Margrave. Darkness due. Light domain. Lionel's indifferent voice cut through it all. The original creator of Light Domain didn't spend years of research constructing this spell so that it could enhance light elemental arts. Though it worked out this way, it could only be considered a mere afterthought, an unexpected position outcome. The main reason it was created wasn't to boost the light, but to restrain the dark. Lionel could tell that the reason Margrave was so good with the dark element was because it wasn't a simple affinity. Lionel was certain that manipulation of darkness was Margrave's ability, not much unlike the little mink. However, even still, Light Domain directly suppressed his ability to converge the dark element. It was just a small delay. But, in a battle of such intensity, especially when Margrave had already been caught off guard by Lionel's counter-attack once, did he really stand another chance? An image of a valiant man with a mane-like beard appeared in Lionel's mind. He was a man with an indomitable spear, one that could pierce through all things. The first time Lionel used this man's consciousness in battle, he had been using a wooden spear. But, even then, he deformed a heavily reinforced shield and sent a shield man flying. It was that will that manifested again. A man with a single spear facing the whole world. Even though it looked like a simple pierce, it felt as though even if there was a mountain before Lionel, he would shatter it. PCHU. Margrave looked down at his chest with an incredulous expression. What shocked him wasn't the fact Lionel's spear had gone through him. In fact, it was the fact Lionel's spear hadn't targeted him at all that left him stunned. Lionel's spear ran through a seemingly inconspicuous shadow on the ground. Yet, Margrave felt as though his chest had been run through and his life was quickly escaping him. You. How? Lionel's gaze carried an undying sharpness. It was as though he had used the universe itself as his whetstone. How many times do you think the same trick will work on me? How much longer did you plan on feigning weakness? Since you don't seem to take me seriously, just die. Margrave's mouth spluttered with blood, his face painted with an incredulous expression as he slowly fell over. It seems that, you never fell for it at all, right? Margrave died with grievances. His shadow heart was one of his greatest trump cards. He had no idea how Lionel had seen through it. But, even worse than that, Lionel had never fallen for his weakness ploy even once, even if one considered Coyote's sneak attack. So, why did he sound like the one who had suffered the loss? Lionel pulled his spear from the ground, walking by Margrave's corpse as he slowly approaching Aeliard's writhing figure. This time, he didn't allow the eyes of his snowy star owl to fade. If it wasn't for it, he really would have fallen for Margrave's ploy and likely suffered a loss. Seeing how cunning these people were, he no longer dared to lower his guard. For individuals like this, he had every intention of remaining cautious to the very end. Lionel stood 1.5 meters from the screaming Aeliard, leveling out his spear until it hung just before the man's forehead. The bishop, who is he? Lionel asked coldly. Aeliard continued to writhe in pain as though he couldn't hear Lionel's words. In the distance, the battle between Arthur and Pierce was reaching a climax. But, it was clear that King Arthur's legend wasn't for show. He had gained a slight upper hand, and if given enough time, Lionel felt that victory would be his. If Lionel turned back now, the battle would be as good as over. As for Mordred, she was even freer. She had gained support from the other demons and humans early on, giving her the easiest task. In addition, it seemed like Margrave's control over the 5 members of the Aderna family collapsed. Chain. The moment Lionel's judgment descended, Aeliard found himself wrapped in countless illusory chains. It seemed that whatever tricks they had completely collapsed. This time, Lionel really had been too cautious. He had underestimated the kind of effect his snowy star owl lineage factor could have. If it wasn't because Aeliard's comprehension of mental mage arts was so far beyond Lionel, his mind would have been directly shattered. Lionel's palm flipped, causing a snow globe to appear in his hand. Aeliard seemed to finally react to this sudden change. He tried to shift backward, but the chains that bound him made him look no different from a pitifully escaping worm. Lionel shot a kick forward, clipping his chin and knocking him out completely. Only after Aeliard had been trapped within a state of suspended animation did he sigh a breath of relief. He didn't know if he could extract any information out of Aeliard, but what he did know was that he couldn't continue to remain in the dark like this. Lionel turned back, only to find Mordred and King Arthur dealing a final blow to Pierce. A breath he didn't know he had been holding was finally released. Were things really over now? It seems that Nana's family hadn't died, they were just taken control of. Lionel had thought that Margrave was a necromancer, but it seemed like that wasn't the case. Or maybe they had only kept Nana's family alive so that it was easier to control her. If that's true, it's likely that whoever can extract abilities and copy them to others needs their subject to be alive. Lionel made the only conclusion he could with such limited information. It was clear that this bishop valued Nana's ability even compared to others. This was ultimately a good thing for Lionel. He had so many enemies already, maybe being a friend to a hidden family wouldn't be a bad thing. Still, he didn't get ahead of himself. He had seen no lack of ungrateful people in this new world order. Who knew if the Aderna family would appreciate his help? A wave of fatigue assaulted Lionel. His nerves really had been stretched too thin for too long. He shook his head, knowing that it still wasn't time for him to rest. Lionel slowly trudged toward the sinkhole, focused entirely on the massive spherical force art that loomed above it. Even compared to the one within his dream world, it was massive. No matter how Lionel looked at it, he had no idea how to take advantage of this thing. And, even though he was right before it, he had no idea why it was those higher dimensional beings wanted it so much. It was impossible for Lionel to copy it with his dream sculptability. Last time, he had relied on the enlightenment given by the maturing force core to succeed. Not to mention the fact there was no such boost here, even if there was, with how much more complicated this art was, there was no guarantee he would succeed before his stamina ran out. Lionel sighed. What is this? And how do I take advantage of it? As usual, Lionel tried to rely on the dictionary. But his expression changed once again when he didn't get an answer. Was this thing broken? What was happening? Lionel frowned. If the dictionary was really broken, this was too big of a loss. Maybe. Lionel's palm flipped over and another snow globe appeared. He looked from the snow globe to the sinkhole and spherical force art before him. Won't know unless I try. Chapter 326, Worst. Lionel brought the snow globe forward, hoping to see some sort of tangible change. But he was quickly disappointed. The large, complex and spherical force art didn't budge even a bit. Lionel shook his head. He couldn't even look at this force art directly without feeling a splitting headache, but now he couldn't even store it away. Suddenly thinking of something, Lionel began to search the bodies of Ailiard, Margrave and Pierce. There had to be a clue on their bodies about what their plans for this force art actually was. King Arthur watched this scene as though he was hesitating to say something. A part of him wanted to say that these treasures should be split. If he did say so, he wouldn't necessarily be in the wrong. After all, he did participate in the battle and he did alleviate the pressure Lionel had been feeling. So, compared to some other shameless individuals, he would have more of a right to speak of such things. However, a part of him wanted to hold back. He didn't know why, but he felt as though saying something like this would be inappropriate. Lionel continued to search through their bodies as though nothing was happening. It was only after finding a few spatial treasures that he looked up toward this king that seemed to be just a shell of his former self. Arthur felt somewhat uncomfortable beneath the gaze of Lionel. Didn't say anything for a long while. But Arthur was ultimately a king. His deeply ingrained pride didn't allow him to look away. Suddenly, Lionel smiled. Your Majesty, did you forget that there are countless treasures floating around? What are you standing around for? Do you want them all to disappear first? Lionel's words suddenly snapped everyone out of their stupor and absent-mindedness. Due to the harsh weather and the subsequent battle, everyone had forgotten that the initial spark for everything were the force art skills and the treasures of Merlin's trials. The dark skies and rushing rain made it too easy to miss the floating treasures in the air. They could hardly see their hands right before their faces. Arthur was stunned for a moment before he laughed and shook his head. Instead of heading toward the treasures as everyone expected, he slowly walked toward the bodies of his fallen brothers and kneeled by their sides, falling into silence. Sometimes actions spoke louder than words. And in this case, Arthur's actions spoke the loudest. No one knew what would happen to Camelot. The weather had only been growing worse and the rumbling of the ground had never stopped. In fact, it was only growing more intense. In such a situation, Arthur was actually still thinking about treasures. Even he found himself to be laughable. It was impossible for a person to change in an instant of time. But it seemed possible for someone to take a first step. Arthur placed Pierce's head before his brother's, falling into silence. Lionel watched this scene from afar and didn't say much. Mordred's gaze flashed for but a moment before returning to normal. She seemed more interested in Lionel than anyone else. Everyone. Lionel spoke. I want hog everything. You can rely on your own abilities to snatch the treasures that remain. But, since there are so few of you remaining, I hope there won't be any more killing. The future is still uncertain right now, so do your best to preserve yourselves. Lionel knew that the integration with Earth's fold of reality definitely wouldn't be smooth. Though, this situation was much better than it could have been. Since Camelot was appearing with its own land and resources, it wouldn't be encroaching on Earth, at least not immediately. But, who knew how long that would last? As things stood now, Lionel didn't feel any sort of special attachment to Earth, and he definitely didn't have one for Camelot. He just hoped they wouldn't massacre one another to the last man. With those words said, Lionel turned his attention back to the rings in his hands, completely ignoring the gaze of Monet and Violet Rain. It was no surprise that they both believed that his words were targeted at them, but what could they do about it? Lionel had made his stance clear, and he also made it very obvious that he was the most powerful individual here. Monet's gaze narrowed. I stand no chance against him. Unless the fourth dimension descends, it'll remain like this. Every would cause an overall evolution of its world and people. Monet felt that even with the strength of her ability, she would need it to evolve again for her to stand a chance against Lionel. But, by then, wouldn't Lionel's ability also evolve? The variables were too many and the future was too difficult to read. Whether or not she would succeed in surpassing Lionel when that time came was still questionable. Lionel, however, had no intention of letting those he had already surpassed threaten him in the future. There's nothing in here, Lionel frowned. Within Margrave's spatial ring, the most important thing he found were crystals that held various dark elemental spells. This was technically a good thing. Though Lionel had no intention of using them himself, he could use perfect union to transfer these skills to the little mink and allow the little guy to slowly gain more control over his own abilities. However, even if it was good, it wasn't what Lionel wanted to find. Aeliard's ring was even more useless to him. It contained more sinister mental mage spells than what Lionel could find within the Mage Academy, but other than that, there was nothing. Lionel's frown deepened because Pierce's ring was even more useless to him. It contained sword techniques and he obviously didn't wield a sword. The truth was that Lionel was less off-put by the fact he couldn't find anything than by what the fact he couldn't find anything meant. All of this meant that he once again couldn't see through the purpose of the bishop and his fanatics. And this was a worst-case scenario. Chapter 327. Lionel could only shake his head as he threw Aeliard back into a state of suspended animation. There was a mind-scouring technique within Aeliard's possession. There were many sinister techniques within Aeliard's possession. Among them, there was a technique by the name of Mind Search. It was a technique that left the target pretty much brain dead. However, Lionel didn't dare to use this technique so freely, and especially not against Aeliard. The backlash for failing was even worse than being the target of such a technique. Without enough assurance in his own skill, he couldn't. After my soul force evolves to use fourth dimensional force, I'll learn the technique and use it on Aeliard. Only then would I have 100% assurance. Lionel was satisfied with his choice to remain cautious. However, being cautious now wouldn't help him with the current situation. By now, many of the elites who had remained began to discuss how to split the treasures. It was quite shocking. If others of Camelot knew that demons and humans were discussing things with their words and not their blades, who knows how they would react. Lionel tried the dictionary again, but it still remained silent. A sigh escaped his lips. Maybe I should focus on gathering the legendary skills. This world doesn't seem like it'll stay in this state for much longer. Though it seemed like everyone was casual, the only reason they weren't running around panicking was because of their elite statuses. They weren't common folk, they knew that no matter what was happening, they needed strength to overcome it. In addition, there was no use in rushing back to Camelot or the Demon Empire. By the time they got there, everything would have likely been set in stone. So, why not stay here and benefit? There's one thing I still haven't tried. Lionel thought to himself, flipping his palm to reveal the segmented cube. Lionel had realized something. Whenever the segmented cube swallowed something, it would separate into its jigsaw puzzles and envelop it. Then, when Lionel entered, whatever it swallowed would magically be within one of the snow globes. Who knows, maybe it could help him out now. Help me out a bit, will you? Lionel asked in a somewhat pleading tone. This force art was too important to him. Lionel suspected that this force art, the one in his dream world, and others like it could boost the comprehension speed of whoever wielded it. How else could he had comprehended his healing branch in such a perilous moment? If this was true, the benefits would be nearly infinite. He couldn't bring himself to leave it behind even if there were other treasures to be had here. The segmented cube suddenly whirred to life, causing Lionel's eyes to widen with expectation. It spun on Lionel's palm for a moment before shooting forward through the rain. It expanded to hundreds of meters in width in the blink of an eye, separating into countless little jigsaw puzzles. The others watched on in shock but didn't say anything. They could tell that there was something frightening above the sinkhole just based on instinct. But most of them couldn't even see it. And those who could only do so for a moment before their minds were split apart by a blinding headache. Clearly, they weren't qualified to benefit from whatever this thing was. When the segmented cube returned to Lionel's hands, he smiled brightly, a weight finally being taken off of his shoulders. Though his mind was still too weak to comprehend this force art now, if he found another opportunity like he did within the force crystal mine, the benefits would be unimaginable. Feeling relaxed, Lionel finally turned his attention to other things and began to pick out legendary skills. Lionel realized during this process that fusing with these skills wasn't so simple. If he wanted to make them his own, he would have to draw them into his dream world with his dream sculpt ability just like he had for the mage arts he learned. But Lionel didn't mind this. For one, thanks to this, he was able to find the spear legendary skill he lost to Coyote floating above his body after his death. Clearly, Coyote hadn't managed to make it his own. And secondly, this meant that compared to others, he had a great advantage. Who knew how many years of meditation it would take the others to comprehend their own legendary skills? As for Lionel, he felt that a few weeks, and a couple months at most, would be enough for him to finish dream sculpting one. Within a few years, he would have finished with them all. Still, this made Lionel realize just how magical Merlin's world was. Somehow, with the use of skill points, star points and slaughter points, he managed to make the process instantaneous. This level of skill was far beyond Lionel's comprehension and something he could only look up to. But, at the same time, Lionel felt like the secret to allowing this was within the fourth-dimensional force art he had used the help of the segmented cube to take. Lionel managed to find the remaining 3 legendary skills for his bow and the one ultimate skill that helped fuse them. Then, he repeated this task for the spear. He originally planned to stop there, but when he found the ultimate skill for his spear, he stumbled across the summer legendary skill for fists. There's no one here who relies on fist techniques. Remembering his time with Heckle and the boxing techniques he learned, Lionel smiled and decided to snatch the 4 legendary and 1 ultimate skill for fists as well. Who knows, it might come in handy one day. Lionel's heart felt light. Though the trip to this zone had been dangerous, he had benefited a lot. Lionel looked up toward the rumbling skies. It seemed like the apex of this transformation was coming. With its conclusion, Lionel knew that his zone quests would end as well. Lionel. A sudden voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned to see that it was Krakos, the #1 demon lord. Yes? Lionel asked. Choose. Krakos' words were blunt and without flowery wastes of breath. His voice itself, despite his massive size, actually sounded quite scholarly and soft, though. It was quite an interesting contrast. Lionel looked toward what was in Krakos' hands only to find numerous floating treasures, all of which had been trapped within spatial dimensions. Oh. Lionel's gaze lit up. I want stand on ceremony, then. Lionel smiled and took a familiar necklace. It seemed that the treading goddess necklace would still fall into his hands in the end. At that moment, the feverish rumbling of the world reached a peak. The sound of shattering glass reverberated through all their ears. Then, everything went black. Chapter 328. Earth shook and quaked. At that moment, a second moon appeared in the sky. But, compared to the silvery beauty that was the original, this one was bathed in blackness, making it exceptionally difficult to pick out in the night sky. The result was an even more violent change to Earth's climate. It was impossible to tell exactly what would happen and just when these changes would come to an end. That said, these things had little to do with Lionel. Lionel's vision blurred. When it finally cleared once more, he found himself in a familiar white space. One would think the first thing Lionel would do would be to rush forward and demand the treasures he had earned. But, instead, he collapsed to the ground, taking deep steady breaths. These past few months had truly been too hard. Even though only a week or so had passed in the real world, to him, it had been over a year. His 19th birthday was also quickly approaching within this true timeline. He looked up toward the endless vastness of white and smiled. He didn't know why he did, but he just felt like he should. How long are you going to lie there? Lionel grinned hearing the familiar voice. Just a bit longer, Uncle Montez. Lionel mumbled. Eventually, Lionel sat up. Seeing the boy finally move, Montez wanted to admonish him about the time limit of this place again, but he seemed stunned to see Lionel's current state. The current Lionel looked practically like a beggar. His clothes were torn and caked in blood, mud and rain. It was as though he had spent several years on a battlefield and only just came out. In fact, this wasn't even that far from the truth. Still, what shocked Montez even more was Lionel's hair color. Despite the state of the rest of his body, Lionel's hair seemed untouched and unblemished. It didn't even have the slightest speck of dust on it. After a moment, Montez hid his shock and shook his head. You look like a mess. Lionel's grin didn't fade. Well, your nephew here suffered quite a lot in the past few months. Montez laughed. I can see that. Without another word, Montez took out a scroll and unfurled it. The moment he did, his playful demeanor vanished. In silence, he read the details of the zone and what Lionel went through. When he finally looked up, he couldn't decide whether this boy had heaven-defying good luck or bad luck. The first time he entered a zone, he accidentally cleared a 4-person subdimensional zone on his own. The second time he entered a zone, it nearly became a unique zone. And the third time he entered, the worries from the second zone became reality. You cleared a unique zone? Lionel shrugged. I was a bit lucky. Montez didn't refute this. Unique zones weren't a joke. Sometimes, they could be more difficult to clear than zones several levels above them in difficulty. It could only be said that Lionel was lucky that Earth was still a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world. If not for this, he would likely be dead. What did you do with the Aderna family members? Montez asked. Lionel rubbed his nose. They're in a safe place. Montez looked toward Lionel for a while before bursting out into a fit of laughter. He already understood what Lionel was doing. If he just released the Aderna family, he'd have to split the reward. But, if he kept them within the suspended animation state, they would still be considered dead until all of this ended. That way, he'd be able to monopolize more treasures. He didn't feel bad about this at all. If not for him, they really would be dead. Plus, what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. What are the rewards for clearing a unique zone like Uncle Montez? Lionel's eyes sparkled. Lionel was actually quite excited. The better the treasures were, the easier time he'd have in finding Aina. He didn't know what happened a few days ago, but he suddenly felt that she was in trouble. This sort of feeling left him anxious. Though he had buried it to now, he was all too eager to make his way to terrain. However, Lionel didn't expect his question to make Montez solemn once more. What is it? Lionel probed. Don't tell me you're going to cheat me again? Montez sighed. It's nothing like that. It's just that the logistics around rewards for unique zones are a bit special. Montez shook his head. Forget it, I will give you your options, but don't take out your anger on me. I'm innocent. Lionel frowned. What was Montez trying to say? There are 2 paths for you to take. If you assess this normally, you can gain rewards as if this was a Tier 9 black zone. That way, all your rewards will take a single step up. Lionel's frown deepened. This wasn't because he didn't like what he had just heard, but because he felt that this was very fair, great, even. But, if Montez was reacting like this, that means that this wasn't fair at all. This sort of reality left Lionel feeling uncomfortable all over. It was as though his ignorance was being used to prey on him. If not for Uncle Montez being on his side in this matter, maybe he would have continued to be ignorant. The second option is to hand in all the evidence you gained of the unique zone over. Should you choose to do this, your rewards will gain another massive boost. Not only will this zone be treated as a Tier 9 black zone, but you can also pick out a true bronze grade treasure of any tier. Lionel abruptly stood from the ground, his gaze flashing. Montez was a bit stunned by Lionel's momentum, but he remained expressionless, silently waiting for Lionel's choice. They want to bribe me to cover this up. Lionel sneered. It seemed the longer he spent in this world, the more garbage he unearthed. Chapter 329. Montez didn't say anything in response to Lionel. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. The only reason so many worlds had come together to provide rewards to Earth for their progress in clearing zones was because they saw Earth's potential. There were plenty of other pseudo-fourth-dimensional worlds that didn't even qualify to gain such treatment. In addition, this system exposed the underbelly of something far more sinister. For these worlds to so casually hand out such treasures to a fledgling world, how much could they really care about such treasures? Lionel couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He and everyone else on Earth were doing all they could to earn these rewards, but weren't these just the scraps left behind by higher worlds who couldn't bother with them anymore? To those lofty beings, what were black and bronze treasures to them? They might not even bend down to pick up a silver-grade treasure off the side of the road. Yet here he was, jumping like a monkey for them. Lionel's rage slowly calmed. What point was there in being angry? He had to clear these zones one way or another for the sake of saving his home world. Even though he didn't have many positive emotions toward the current Earth, this still remained true. Since they wanted to give him their scraps, he would accept them for now. But he would remember this. No thanks. Lionel said calmly. I'll be keeping the evidence to myself. Montez's gaze sparkled slightly. Are you sure? Such a choice came with its own consequences. But Montez was sure that Lionel didn't need this explained to him. This would most definitely place a target on Lionel's back. Not only this, but whatever organization, world or entity that had deemed to act against Earth this time would most definitely be thoroughly offended. Lionel had already ruined their long, well-laid-out plans. If he also didn't know when to take a step back and insisted on pursuing this matter, there would be no repairing such a relationship. I'm sure. Lionel said casually, having already thrown this matter to the back of his head. He almost died not once but twice. In addition to this, these people wanted the resources he rightfully fought to earn. Yet, they wanted to lower his head and accept this trade? Though Uncle Montez had only said the word evidence, Lionel knew it implied that they also wanted to take the fourth-dimensional force art from him. And to think they wanted to trade a measly bronze-grade treasure for it. Lionel's couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He was pissed. All right, brat. That's enough of that. You're scaring your uncle making such a face. Montez smiled, heavily patting Lionel's shoulder as though greatly satisfied. But that minor action made Lionel feel as though a mountain was landing on him. He could only smile bitterly. Just how much more powerful than himself was Montez? Now, your rewards. This will be designated as a Tier 9 black zone, so the rewards will be distributed as such. They will be split 3 ways, 1 portion to you. Lionel nodded. He had left Monet and Violet Rain alone, so he had already expected as much. For clearing the main quest of saving King Arthur, you'll receive 4 Tier 9 black treasures. You failed to clear the side quests, whether that was to kill Mordred or solve the love triangle, though you made some progress on the harder of the two. So, no rewards for this. However, you managed to clear the most difficult mission and made Camelot a part of true history. Montez raised an eyebrow when he said this. It seemed that this wasn't so simple. Uncle Montez, what exactly does that mean? What changes will happen? Well, Montez hesitated. The main benefit is the accelerated maturation of Earth. Originally, it should have taken a few more decades for the fourth dimension to descend. But, this will happen much sooner, another few years at most. Lionel fell into his thoughts. He didn't know if this was necessarily a good thing. Another important change you should consider is the change to overall history. This will cause unique changes to Earth's history and by extension your zones to appear. It will become more difficult to rely on your understanding of history to clear zones now. Montez shook his head. Lionel felt like he wanted to say more, but he was clearly bound by something. Lionel had already gotten used to this. Montez had been like this from the very beginning. Anyway, due to the uniqueness of this hidden quest, the rewards are likewise better than they would usually be. You can gain 3 quasi-bronze treasures. Lionel took a deep breath. To go from a potential reward of true bronze treasures to quasi-ones didn't feel great, but he could only accept it. Plus, bronze treasures were considered 5th-dimensional treasures. There was no shame in not having them. In fact, there were many in 4th-dimensional worlds that couldn't even own a Tier 7 black treasure, let alone a quasi-bronze one. It was only a matter of perspective. Not only were there many worlds who couldn't even gain this level of support from higher dimensional worlds, even in those that did, how many could clear zones as difficult as the ones Lionel had? In addition, in 4th-dimensional worlds, they had to deal with 5th-dimensional zones. Any 4th-dimensional rewards they had gained in the past were now family heirlooms only passed on to the most worthy or the most talented. As for the rewards from 5th-dimensional zones, how could they be so easily grasped? How many could even try to take on such a zone? Let alone claim the rewards from them? Lionel wasn't aware of such things, but he still easily accepted the reality before him. There'd come a day where these lofty beings wouldn't be able to look down on him any longer. The first light of ambition lit within Lionel's heart. Maybe even he, himself, hadn't realized it quite yet, but all of his experiences to this point had been slowly building to this point. From a boy without aim or goals, he was slowly forming his own path. Chapter 330. For Tier 9 black treasures and 3 quasi-bronze treasures, Lionel already knew what he would use his first Tier 9 black treasure on. He didn't even need to think about it. So, he could be considered to have 6 choices to make. Should I choose treasures that will make my 10th node easier to form? Lionel felt that he was at a point now where he could finally attempt to follow through on his crazy idea. He remembered that there was a point in time he thought that he would need to form his 10th node before he could battle Lamorak. But now he realized that he had severely underestimated himself, so he was quite curious about just how powerful he would become. I'm not lacking in force, I still have the stalactite drippings from the hive. Force is probably what I lack the least of. Lionel still had many treasures he had gained from the hive that he had yet to use. For example, his mellow dew stalactites. They formed a drop of dew that contained an incredibly high density of force every so often. They were perfect for a final push of force when needed. Uncle Montez, if I want the rest of Dimensional Cleanse, what do I have to do? Montez's gaze flashed for a moment. When he scanned Lionel up and down, he was shocked again. You already formed the 2-star constitution? Lionel didn't really know how to respond to this. The creator of Dimensional Cleanse had always said that it would be difficult, but Lionel never struggled with it, so he never thought it was a big deal at all. Is that very difficult? Lionel asked. I think the creator was exaggerating. My stars always formed right after reaching the node requirement. I don't feel a bottleneck for forming the 3rd star either. Montez gave Lionel a weird look, but in the end, he kept his words to himself. Lionel apparently had no idea that oftentimes, one would wait to complete the foundation of Dimensional Cleanse entirely before forming 1 stars. Montez had never heard of it being so easy for someone that their stars formed automatically. In addition, those who practiced Dimensional Cleanse weren't normally people of Lionel's level. And by level, that would refer to how low his world was on the dimensional rankings. Montez sighed and shook his head. It's impossible for you to trade for later portions of Dimensional Cleanse with your current rewards. The next part is worth at least a Tier 9 bronze reward. Of course, if you change your mind and hand in the evidence. Lionel's expression darkened, but his silence made his stance clear. He had no intention of doing this. Then what about information for where to find the later portions? Lionel still remembered the introduction Montez had given him even though it felt like a lifetime ago. Aside from treasures, it was possible to buy information as well. It was just that Lionel never thought he would waste one of his rightfully earned treasures on such a thing. But he was also aware of just how important dimensional cleanse was to him. It seemed that even though Montez could bend the rules slightly, he couldn't break them. So, this was the only choice Lionel had left. Montez's smile deepened at these words. It will cost one of your quasi-bronze treasures. Lionel nearly stumbled. Information was this expensive? Who the hell was playing a joke on him right now because it wasn't very funny? Lionel clenched his jaw. He would definitely remember this moment. All right, I'll trade. When Lionel spoke, the magic counter reappeared once again. When it stopped flashing, all that was left was a singular piece of beautifully polished metal. It was incredibly flat and had an almost oval shape. Lionel almost immediately recognized the metal. There were many ways of storing information in the universe. The crystals of Camelot were one way and this metal represented another. Compared to the crystal of Camelot, memory ore could store millions if not trillions of times more information. Memory ore was able to store and memorize fluctuations of force and inscribe it onto its chemical structure. The issue with memory ore, though, was that it was incredibly difficult to use. And, although somewhat less so, it was also incredibly difficult to read. Only those with high control of their soul force could cause the subtle changes needed to jot down information. And, likewise, only those with exceptional sensitivity in the soul force could detect these changes. As such, memory ore wasn't only useful for holding information, but it was a symbol of skill and status. On top of this, it had the greatest ratio of surface area to memory capacity in the whole of the universe. The moment Lionel saw this ore, he realized that Uncle Montez was helping him out again. There were many things Lionel was ignorant of, but metals and ores were one thing he was most definitely not. Memory ore alone, disregarding the information within it, was considered a seventh-dimensional item. Lionel shouldn't even be allowed to come into contact with such a thing, let alone exchanging a mere quasi-bronze treasure for it. Lionel took a deep breath and gave Montez a look, but the latter stared back as though nothing was wrong. What, you don't want the information anymore? Regretting it? Lionel almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. With his current level of skill, it was impossible for him to read the information on this memory organ. However, even if it would take him 100 years to do so, it would be worth it. Who could just casually trade for a seventh-dimensional item? I'll take it. Lionel said solemnly. And I'll remember this. He spoke these words within his heart. There was no need to say them out loud. He didn't know why Montez had helped him out so much since he had come to know him, but by this point, Lionel didn't care. There would come a day where he would repay the favor. Chapter 331. Lionel carefully put this memory ore away. He didn't know what information it held and he didn't even attempt to read it. If he was too careless, he might disrupt the chemical structure of the ore and destroy the information on it. So, he didn't dare to. Of course, this was just Lionel being overly cautious. His current strength couldn't even elicit a reaction from the ore, let alone destroy the information on it. But, regardless, he wouldn't be able to read it now. And, since Uncle Montez wasn't helping him to read it, it was clear that he was unworthy of knowing this information just yet. The bad news was that this meant that Lionel couldn't progress far into the fourth dimension for a long while, at least until he could read the contents of this organ. However, there was still good news. After all, Lionel now had a path to finding the rest of dimensional cleanse. And, he had a good feeling that whatever it is he found would be better than what the Tier 9 bronze reward would have given him. In addition, though Lionel couldn't strengthen himself the conventional way, there were still many other ways for him to do so. For one, there was his ability. Secondly, there was the Four Seasons realm. And, thirdly, there was still his soul force which had vast rooms for improvement. Thinking to this point, Lionel suddenly felt he had a direction to move in. Thanks to Camelot fusing with Earth's fold of reality, he still had his bow and even his quiver. By Lionel's estimation, his bow was a quasi-bronze treasure as well that he had yet to get the full potential out of, so there was no need to change it. After all, he still couldn't even pull the string to a full moon. As for the quiver, though it was still silver and the equivalent of a tier 6 or 7 treasure, it was serviceable and Lionel didn't feel a need to waste one of his picks on it. After that, one might think Lionel would choose a defensive treasure. But Lionel didn't feel like this was necessary. Not only would he soon have the skill he needed to reward his quasi-bronze chain necklace, thanks to his absorption of herbor, his body was already about to break past the standard stage. Defense was the least of his worries. Uncle Montez, ID like a movement technique of the quasi-bronze level, preferably something that matches well with my snowy star owl lineage factor. Montez's gaze flashed once again. So he's awakened this as well already? Lionel had decided long ago to go with this route. After he saw the strength of movement techniques thanks to Merlin's trials, he knew he needed something like this very soon. Montez clapped his hands and the counter began to flash. The light element was rare to begin with. In addition, the snowy star owl was well known for its speed. In fact, the speed branch was the only branch awakening Lionel hadn't completed till now. This was all to say that the number of techniques that met Lionel's requirements were pitifully few, even fewer than the number of techniques he had to pick from when he chose Dimensional Cleanse. Still, much like when he chose Dimensional Cleanse, Lionel felt one calling out to him the moment he laid eyes on it. He didn't even feel the need to look at the others. Gold Feather Step. Even without opening the cover, Lionel knew that this was the one. He could faintly feel that it was separated into 3 different kinds of steps. One projected into his mind like a bird soaring through the skies, the second was like a bird diving with its wings pinned back, and the last was a majestic bird fluttering its wings, vanishing and then reappearing from sight. This is the one. Like this, Lionel chose his second quasi-bronze treasure. Say. Uncle Montez. Lionel's gaze became absent-minded for a moment as he held on to Gold Feather Step. He felt as though his mind had been taken into an all-new world. Do you think it's possible to reach the 4 seasons realm in movement? Montez's aura abruptly changed, his gaze becoming sharp as though he wanted to look into Lionel's soul. However, after a while, he saw that Lionel was still in a daze as though he wasn't thinking about what he was saying at all. What a little monster. I wonder if he can do it. If others heard Montez's thoughts, they would think if he was wondering about whether Lionel could succeed in the task he just asked about. Only Uncle Montez himself knew that he was referring to something much grander. Whatever that something grander was, it was related to the question Lionel had just asked. A long while later, Lionel finally shook awake and carefully placed Gold Feather Step away. For my last quasi-bronze treasure, I need a better force art quill. I'm beginning to get a bit limited by my current one. Ho ho. Montez chuckled and clapped his hands once again. For Lionel to make such a choice, it was clear that his force crafting was coming along quite well. Eventually, Lionel picked out a black quill with sharp silver trimmings. Lionel's last quill came with a wind force art that aided in swiftness, but Lionel found it to be a bit gimmicky. This one came with a metallic affinity that added sharpness. Like this, Lionel could use less force to inscribe on tougher metals. This would help with his accuracy and precision in the long run, not to mention his stamina. With this quill, Lionel might very well be able to pump out tier 9 black treasures of his own with consistency from now on. At this point, Lionel had 4 more treasures to pick. Since one was left for his ticket to terrain, he had just 3. Lionel realized that with his skill in force crafting, using these rewards on treasures would be a waste. What he needed were things he couldn't build or make himself now or in the immediate future. After some thought, he decided to ask a question. Uncle Montez, I have a beast partner with a dark elemental affinity. But, right now, the little guy is just an infant and is probably at the best time to help set his future path. He also has a lot of talent. His ability is already within the bronze grade despite still being a third-dimensional creature. Do you have anything that can help him mature along the right path? Montez blinked. It seemed like this kid was set on giving him more and more surprises every time they met. A third-dimensional creature with a fifth-dimensional ability most definitely had an exaggerated growth path ahead of it. If treated properly, this little beast could be a lifelong partner. In addition, since the little mink was born on Earth, it had a chance to. Montez smiled and clapped his hands once more. Chapter 332. Abilities were an incredibly important part of a person's potential. Even among those of the highest echelon, entities that existed within the sixth of seventh dimension, often, their most powerful tool were their abilities. Abilities could transcend strength. An existence like the little mink who had a fifth-dimensional ability could display combat prowess far beyond the realms of reason. In addition, the little guy also avoided the suppression one would experience upon entering higher dimensional worlds. However, at the same time, subduing such a partner was incredibly difficult. The fact Lionel had would of course surprise Montez because the latter knew that Lionel didn't have a beast-taming ability. Bring the little one out. Lionel nodded and brought little Blackstar out. The little guy was still in the midst of his dreamland. Rolling over in Lionel's hands, the little mink stuck his little tongue out in a yawn before burying its little head in Lionel's chest. Montez's gaze landed on little Blackstar, observing intently for a while. The little one is indeed an infant. I'd say at most a few months old, maybe only half a year at most. Within a zone, aging continued as per one's original timeline. But, even if this wasn't the case, the little mink had spent most of the time within suspended animation, which stopped all biological functions to begin with except for certain exceptions like healing in some cases. Of course, that was only if Lionel allowed it. The fact the little mink was so young made something else make much more sense. The Project Hunt Island should have been properly vetted to maintain a certain level of difficulty. But, Lionel was certain that there was no way anyone other than himself could have dealt with this little mink. The fact the little mink was only born recently somewhat took the Slayer Legion off the hook for such a mistake, albeit just a small bit. So it's a Shadow Sovereign, huh? Montez mumbled beneath his breath. Shadow Sovereign? Lionel asked. Shadow magic is an uncommon branch to run across, though it exists. Those who learn it through unconventional means can be considered minor disciples of the practice. Those who inherit it through their lineage factor are a step above in this regard and can be considered primary disciples. But those who awaken it through their abilities are considered to be of the highest regard and can become shadow sovereigns. Of course, that depends on the evolution potential of said ability. There are often times when a lineage factor can surpass an ability. Lionel's eyes lit up with understanding. It seems that he had underestimated just how important abilities were even now. From Uncle Montez's words, it seemed that abilities even superseded lineage factors. Though this wasn't always the case, it seemed to be enough of a precedent to allow Uncle Montez to say those words with confidence. If you want to lay a path for the little one, the best choice is to allow its ability to resonate and synergize with a lineage factor. So, at that moment, the shifting of the counter had come to a stop and several vials of blood appeared. Each of these vials of blood will develop the little one down a different path. However, along with these vials, you also need to trade for the method of implementing them. All in all, any choice you make will be worth 2 tier 9 black treasures. Lionel nodded in understanding. He didn't know anything about using blood to enhance one's ability, but from what he understood about the human body, just drinking it obviously wouldn't help integrate the blood properly. Of course, Lionel had no idea that the woman he was always thinking of had done exactly that. But, Ana was a bit of a special case. Shadow magic has many potential branches and a wide-ranging scope. Montez pointed to the first of 5 vials. This comes from an infant dark mimicry bat. Upon maturation it becomes a 5th-dimensional beast. In fact, this is the same for all the others as well. Its blood helps enhance the mimicry branch of shadow lineage factors. Everyone's shadow is as unique as one's soul. The mimicry branch can analyze that uniqueness, snatch it, and make it its own. Lionel's eyes suddenly widened. So that's what that was. Montez sent a questioning look toward Lionel. Lionel recollected himself. Little Blackstar has a shadow world within his body. Due to a skill I gained within the mythological zone called Perfect Union, I can see into it a small bit. But, maybe because the skill is pretty low level, I can only get a vague understanding of it. But, I once saw a life that I was sure wasn't Little Blackstar's within it. I was racking my brain, thinking about what it was. But now I feel like it must have been a form of mimicry that Blackstar hasn't quite learned to use yet. Though Perfect Union sounded, well, perfect, it had ultimately been just a silver skill from Merlin's trials. How could it be as flawless as described? The life that Lionel saw within Blackstar's shadow world had baffled Lionel for a long time. But, within the trials, he had chosen to ignore it and focus on what he did understand. After all, he was fighting for his life. He didn't have the luxury to slowly figure things out. And, now that Lionel thought about it, that life form reminded him a lot of. Lionel's eyes glowed. Within the Force Core Mine, Little Blackstar had fought Simeon's numbered warriors and killed one of them with a sharp force ability. Lionel hadn't been able to pinpoint what was so familiar about that life until Montez spoke just now. That much meant that Little Blackstar could elicit the ability of that man. But, how much he could glean or use and to what level of strength was still questionable. It was just the first vial of blood, but Lionel was already greatly intrigued. Chapter 333. Oh. The more Montez learned about this little mink, the more curious he became. From what he knew, Shadow World was an extremely exclusive and legendary ability of shadow magic users. The fact this little mink had it meant that it wasn't limited in the shadow abilities it could use, whether it was the magic system's offensive, defensive, evasive, or auxiliary abilities, he could learn them all. A good chance that this little one could indeed. Montez mumbled. A good chance? For what? Montez smiled mysteriously. Every world has its own champions. The champion of the humans is the wielder of the world spirit. But, when it comes to newly evolved worlds like yours, beasts are at a great disadvantage. Did you think that the universe just favored humanoid creatures? Of course, beasts have their own opportunities. Whether or not you can find out more will depend on yourself and this little one. Lionel's gaze sparkled but didn't ask any more. This vial is from the Dark Illusion Mouse. It's a creature especially known for its speed and evasive maneuvers. It has the ability to disappear in the shadows and become incorporeal. This falls within the movement branch of shadow magic. This vial is from the purple red-eyed spider. It's known for its corrosive energy. This falls within the attack branch of shadow magic and specifically within the corrosive force sub-branch. This vial is from the prowling. Lionel listened to Montez seriously. Of the vials, one focused on the mimicry branch, one of the movement branch, two of the offensive branch, and the final was a special case that could fit in the attack and defensive branch. Lionel had thought he would settle on the mimicry branch the moment he heard about it. This was because the little mink seemed to have already awakened a like ability. Plus, the little guy's attack wasn't lacking. But, after he heard about the final beast, the undying abyss bear, he hesitated. The bear had a special evolution of dark elemental force that carried some characteristics of a black hole. It allowed attacks to be easily nullified, giving it great defenses. But, it likewise had a devastating attack as a result. It was a hard decision, but Lionel ultimately decided upon the mimicry branch. His reasoning was simple. Choosing the undying abyss bear blood would be like cornering the little mink's future progress, while the mimicry branch was the exact opposite. If Lionel made the foundation of the little mink's ability mimicry, it would lay a foundation that could deviate with endless possibilities. However, if he chose the blood of the undying abyss bear, it would lock in the little mink's dark elemental force to a certain type unless the blood was purged. As long as a proper foundation was laid, anything could be chosen in the future. It wouldn't be too late to give the little mink the black hole characteristic by then. But for now, Lionel felt it was smarter to both lay a broader foundation while also following up on the evolution path the little mink was already tending toward to begin with. "I'll choose the dark mimicry bat," Lionel said after a long while. Montez nodded, exchanging the blood and method of use with Lionel at once. This left Lionel with just one treasure to pick from. Remember that you're raising this little one as your own. Since you've picked his path, you have to be careful about what you choose for its next evolution. Also, remember that this blood is only supplementary. Your choices are meant to enhance the ability of your partner, not supersede them. If a human were to take this blood, the effects would be minimal at best, not to mention leave behind lingering injuries. Beasts are somewhat better at consuming blood with the appropriate care and techniques, but the prerequisite is that the blood suits them. I'm satisfied with your first choice, so don't stray in the future. Hearing these words, Lionel nodded seriously. This dispelled all thoughts he had of potentially using this blood on himself and also left him at a loss for what to use his final treasure on. Lionel fell into his thoughts once again. At first, Lionel didn't know what he wanted. But, after a while, he remembered a certain chariot that once made him grind his teeth in rage. Back then, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Captain Sela. He swore that when he got the chance, he would definitely get a movement treasure of better quality. Thinking of the Slayer Legion, Lionel's gaze flashed with a cold light. After a while, Lionel's cold demeanor faded into a grin. "Uncle Montez, I need a ride." At that moment, a familiar island was surrounded by a depressing gloom. This island was none other than the very one the Slayer Legion had found the Camelot Zone on. However, compared to the past, it looked much different. Raging winds and violent storms had taken hold of the island. The thick trees swayed wildly from side to side, their green leaves flying in every which direction. The ground was soaked completely through, turning the endless greenery into a marshland that was more reminiscent of a rice farm than a forest. Up above, black clouds rolled and rumbled, flashing with vicious arcs of lightning. The shores of the island were a complete mess. The ocean looked like a dense expanse of black, huge waves crashing and rolling onto the sides of the island as though threatening to swallow it whole. It was on this very island and in these very conditions that a fiery argument was taking place. "Do you think that I, Hacker Hutch, am a pushover?" Hutch stood with a rusted blade, his seemingly old and frail frame standing tall beneath the rushing winds and heavy rain. Under the dark skies, he seemed like a sheathed blade ready to unleash at any moment. "Hutch, I suggest you put the blade away." A man whose momentum seemed no less than Hutch stood opposing him. Monet and Violet Rain had already exited, but judging by the fact no others had come with them, it was clear that everyone else had died. However, according to these women, Lionel was just fine. Hutch had stormed to this place the moment he heard about the actions Monet took behind his back that day. But, by then, they had already long since entered the zone, so he could only wait. Unfortunately, his movements had alerted others. And, this matter only blew up further after it was found out that several promising geniuses and commanders had died within the zone, one of which actually personally died at Lionel's hand. On the sidelines, Badger stood with reddened eyes, the rain soaking him all the way through. When he heard that Mayfly had died, it hit him like a ton of bricks. Any hatred he held for not being allowed to enter the zone had been transferred toward his hatred for Lionel. He wanted nothing more than to rip him limb from limb. "Oh. And are you going to take my blade from me, Catrice? Come and take it." Catrice's face darkened. His standing was no less than Hutch's, a retired supreme. So, why would he fear him? "I think it's best you think about your next steps carefully." Catrice practically growled, his figure seemingly growing by a size beneath his billowing aura. "Others are already dissatisfied with you. Do you think you can just boot an appointed supreme from their position just because you feel like it? Did you already forget what happened all those years ago?" Hutch's aura sharpened and he sneered a toothy grin. "It seems that my machete hasn't tasted blood in so long that some people really think they can talk to me however it is they want. I'll let you choose. Would you rather lose your left or right arm? Or would you prefer to lose a leg?" Hutch's bloodthirsty aura caused those spectating members of the Slayer Legion who had been tasked with protecting the island to feel as though their blood had frozen over. It was then that the whirring of the zone suddenly caught everyone's attention. At that moment, a teenage boy dressed in rags stepped out, his bronze hair becoming practically the only light in this dark atmosphere. The boy yawned. He seemed to genuinely be tired and couldn't be bothered by what was happening around him. When he wiped the tears from his eyes enough to clear his vision, he saw that he had been surrounded. "Oh. Hey, old man." The boy smiled. Who else could it be if not Lionel Morales? Chapter 334. Lionel's casual greeting reached all of their ears. At that moment, everyone's attention shot toward the same teenage boy. Despite the fact he looked as though he had just crawled out from a garbage dump, he held a certain undeniable valiant air that made him too difficult to ignore. Lionel yawned again. This sort of scene, why did it feel so familiar? Beneath their gazes, Lionel flipped his palm and allowed numerous snow globes to appear. Afterward, members of the Aderna family began to appear one after another, plopping to the ground as Lionel released them. Big brother Lionel. Nana was the first to recover as she wasn't harmed to begin with. While the others were still in a daze, Nana seemed to realize that Lionel must have been the one that saved them. Lionel smiled lightly, patting the little girl's head. Seeing her childish excitement, he could tell just how much the Camelot zone had weighed on her mind. The second of the Aderna family to come to was their oldest and the man that had been responsible for their lives. However, it seemed that he had failed in his task as a guardian fairly badly. And, to make matters worse, his mind was still foggy. He found it difficult to tell whether or not they were still within a zone. This elder's name was Matthias. He couldn't help but look toward Lionel with a hint of confusion. Lionel only smiled. "I hope your Aderna family remembers this favor." Matthias blinked in confusion. "Favor? Wait." He looked around and seemed to recognize the island they were on. They had escaped. How? Matthias had been absolutely certain that they would all be dead. "All right, bye." Lionel waved and seemed set to leave, causing many to be shocked. Catra's gaze sharpened. Did this boy really not take them seriously? Lionel. The roar cut through the heavy rain and rumbling clouds. Even Lionel couldn't help but look back only to see an infuriated badger. In fact, the latter's skin had reddened to the point that it seemed to steam beneath the rain. Lionel frowned slightly. It wasn't only him, but Hutch as well. It had to be remembered that Mayfly and Badger were sent by Hutch in order to save Lionel and the others of the island. It could be said that Badger was thus a person of Hutch's. No matter how you looked at it, him standing out now would only muddy the situation. "Do you have something to say to me?" Lionel shifted his gaze toward Badger. How could he not tell why the latter was enraged? However, what did Mayfly's death have to do with him? If he should be blaming anyone, it should be Monet for failing to protect her own. And, even if he didn't want to blame Monet, he should then blame the Aderna family for screwing everything up to begin with. This was a unique zone. Deaths were practically inevitable. If the plan doesn't had entered, it was likely that the death count would have been the same if not worse. Badger fumed beneath Lionel's nonchalance, but he soon calmed, his gaze becoming a smothering volcano that was ready to erupt at any time. Large wings spread from his back. It seemed like he might shoot forward at any moment, ready to risk his life to take Lionel's. Lionel shook his head and couldn't be bothered. He didn't want to stir up any more problems. Before he left Earth, he still wanted to destroy the Royal Blue Fort. If these issues blew up instead, he would have to head to terrain first and deal with it later. This was obviously something he didn't want to do. Lionel was still worried about his teammates. There was no telling if the junior Governor Duke had chosen to target his friends in his absence. In normal times, Lionel would trust James to protect them, but the event of that month taught him that James truly couldn't be counted upon. When it came down to it, James placed the matters of his family above friendship and camaraderie. If Lionel thought about it, there wasn't anything necessarily wrong with this approach. If he was asked to choose between his father and his friends, wouldn't the choice be obvious? Of course, if others heard Lionel's thoughts, they would think him too cold or calculating. How could one so easily make such a choice? But to Lionel, it was just this simple. However, it seemed that Lionel wouldn't be getting his wish: unauthorized entry into a zone, hoarding of contraband, and the murder of a fellow soldier. Lionel's crimes were calmly listed by a familiar feminine voice. He didn't even need to look to know that the person in question was Monet. Lionel's gaze swept through the crowd to land on the red-armored middle-aged beauty. At this point, Lionel didn't even bother. He took out a talisman. Since he wasn't going to be able to leave here peacefully to do what he needed to do, he would just leave to terrain now. However, he would remember this. He was certain that by the time he came back, these Supremes wouldn't be able to handle him even if they banded together as one. By then, no one could stop him from doing what he needed to do. The expression of those watching changed. Of all the things they expected, for Lionel to say not a word and truly prepare to leave caught them completely off guard. Lionel, wait. Lionel paused. There was only one person he would even bother to listen to at this point, and that was obviously Hutch. Though Lionel was a bit unsatisfied with the way the old man had kidnapped him against his will, delaying his plans to raise the royal blue fort to the ground, he still felt that the retired Supreme was a net positive on his life. The old man sighed. Just stay, will you? With me here, who would dare do anything to you? If you want, in a few years, I'll even give my supreme position to you. I'll see who dares to say anything. Hearing these words, others were stunned while Lionel just smiled. I appreciate the sentiment, old man. But, I think it's best that the Slayer Legion and I part ways from here on. Hutch shook his head. They're a bit shameless, but it's still not good to be alone in this new world order. Youths like you need an umbrella to grow beneath. Lionel grinned. Shameless is a good word for it. The people I just saved the lives of are now accusing me of crimes. I wonder how many of them would be alive without me. Monet's expression turned ice cold, red flames flickering within the depths of her pupils. But, Lionel continued unperturbed. And I dunno. Something about that umbrella term makes me itch all over. With a last smile, Lionel activated the talisman. I'll be seeing you, old man. Chapter 335. Everyone watched as Lionel vanished. In truth, it wasn't that they didn't consider the idea of Lionel using one of his rewards for a chance to escape, it was just that none of them had expected him to leave without practically saying a word. Had it not been for Hutch trying to get him to stay, he would have probably spared them all just a single glance and left. It was pure disdain. He couldn't even bother to try and defend himself regardless of whether or not he was in the right. He felt no obligation toward them. Yet, somehow, his gaze was burned into all their minds. He never said the words "I'll remember this" aloud, yet they somehow felt as though it was echoing in their ears again and again. Hutch sighed and shook his head. Seems that brat is finally slowly awakening to his true self. Lionel's final words constantly reverberated in his mind. Something about that umbrella makes me itch all over. Suddenly, Hutch began to laugh. He looked no different from a madman in the midst of the rain. But, no one dared to take a madman holding a machete lightly. Catra's expression flickered numerous times before it settled into a sneer. I'll be sure to report all of this back without missing a single detail, Hutch. Not only did you bring such a scourge into the Slayer Legion, you didn't even care that one of the geniuses under your charge died due to his actions. At that moment, Hutch seemed to remember something. Suddenly, his vision sharpened. Catra's hair stood on end. He immediately shot backward, his nerves tense. In that instant, the world seemed to slow. No matter how hard Catras tried to move, he couldn't seem to accelerate. It was as though he had been slowed to slow motion or that the world around him had suddenly been fast-forwarded. Shoo! Blood spurted as a limb twirled into the air. The crimson was quickly washed away by the endless barrage of rain, but even then, it was just as quickly replaced by a new flow. Catrus paled, looking down at his right arm which now lay on the ground. "Since you didn't make the choice, I decided to make the choice for you," Hutch said casually. His indifferent voice made everyone freeze. His complete nonchalance in the face of blood and gore made them feel as though he wouldn't lose a wink of sleep even if he killed them all one by one. "Consider this a simple reminder that you can't just speak to anyone as you please," Hutch continued. "And, as for the death of Mayfly, you seem to forget that I raised her practically as my own daughter." The indifference in Hutch's voice soon became coldness. His gaze swept over, landing on Monet. In that instant, Monet felt as though she had been thrown into an icy hell. Her knees uncontrollably buckled, causing her to almost fall to the ground. All the lofty demeanor she had, even when she was facing the demons of Camelot, came crumbling down with a single look. I would really like to know what her superior officer was doing as Mayfly died. You all seem to want to focus on the fact that Lionel wasn't meant to enter, when the truth was that Lionel was originally on the list of entries. The one who wasn't was Monet, who self-inserted. Isn't that right? Monet shivered. This was true. Originally, Badger and Mayfly were meant to enter as one. They were so used to partnering with one another that the sum of their teamwork was far beyond themselves individually. To say that they could surpass a Supreme when working together wasn't an exaggeration at all. This was the New World Order, after all. Being older didn't necessarily mean you were stronger, since Earth was still in its infancy. Monet grit her teeth and squeezed out all her strength to speak. Lionel injured Badger before their entry. There was no choice. Oh. Hutch laughed as though he was amused that Monet dared to speak back. And why would he hurt Badger? Hadn't they just worked together to escape the beast tied on the Project Hunt Island? I wonder what made them enemies in such a short time. Hutch's questions seemed light, but they all put more and more pressure on Monet. The latter felt as though her heart might stop completely if she was pressured any more. At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. Hutch's gaze narrowed as he looked off into the distance. An older man with a head of white, flowing hair approached with a pair of massive white wings. He looked no different from a deity descending upon the mortal world. Whether it was his demeanor or looks, he seemed impeccable. Even the winds and rain bent around him. That's enough, Hutch. Hutch looked up but didn't say much of anything. He only sheathed his blade and began to walk away with broad steps. The angelic man frowned toward the disregard. I hope you understand, Hutch, that among the retired Supreme, you aren't the only one who's awakened a variant ability. If you make an enemy of us all, at that moment, the angelic man found the world around him slowing. His eyes widened, a blinding golden light emitting from his body. But, before he could react, Hutch had already appeared in the skies, snatching a handful of white feathers and landing heavily on the ground. I wonder, how many more do you think I need to pluck off before you can't fly above me anymore? The angelic man suddenly seethed in rage. But, remembering Hutch's ability, he also felt his heart go cold. Why did such a madman have to awaken such an ability? In the end, the angelic man remained silent, watching as Hutch walked away. Though Hutch seemed slow, he had already left the range of the island in the blink of an eye, gliding over the black, raging waters. At the moment Hutch was gaining some interest for Lionel. The latter had found himself in a completely unexpected situation. Unlike Aina, Lionel was teleported to a proper place. There was a well-elevated platform located in the middle of a bustling city. In fact, Lionel's initial appearance didn't garner much attention until it did. Lionel hadn't even stepped off the platform yet when a dozen armed guards charged forward, spears and swords in hand as they completely surrounded him. Lionel turned his gaze back to the first person he had seen after entering this place. She was a woman of average looks who gained a salary for manning and maintaining the order of the teleportation pad. In fact, Lionel and her had just had an amicable exchange. The dictionary had begun to work again, so Lionel only had to rely on it to communicate in this odd, new language. He didn't think there was a problem with doing so, as he had already noticed several translation treasures in the hands or on the bodies of others. But now, for whatever reason, that same woman who he had just been conversing with was avoiding his gaze. Lionel wanted nothing more than to find a hotel and take a nice long sleep. But now he was suddenly being threatened from all sides. Where was the justice? Chapter 336. Lionel was speechless. Just how bad was his luck? He hadn't even been on this world for all of 5 minutes when he suddenly found himself in a heap of trouble once again. The worst part was, he didn't even know what he had done wrong. At that moment, there were shouts coming at him from all directions, but he couldn't understand anything they were saying. Though it was possible to use the dictionary to translate, that could obviously only be done one at a time. He had no idea what all the fuss was about. Lionel closed his eyes and shook his head, willing his fatigue away to deal with the current situation. Speak one at a time, please. I have no idea what you're saying. Lionel used the dictionary to translate these words, but the shouting didn't seem to stop. In fact, it intensified. It was obvious that these people knew Lionel was a foreigner, and this wasn't even an area where foreigners were rare, yet they kept speaking in their native tongue. It was hard to believe that they weren't doing it all on purpose. Lionel tried to speak with the lady that received him again, but she continued to avoid eye contact for reasons he was left completely in the dark of. He truly had no idea why he was being treated like this. By this point, a sizable crowd had been built. After all, this was a bustling city square to begin with and was most definitely a hotspot for tourists. When they saw such good entertainment before them, how could they not take a pause for a look? As more and more people gathered, Lionel suddenly noticed a striking difference between himself and them. Everywhere he looked, no matter where it was, everyone was excellently dressed. Even the most modest amongst these people, who kept their jewelry to a minimum and refrained from wearing elaborate dresses carved of expensive furs, exuded the air of nobility. Lionel had always been an observant person. It wasn't a matter of his ability, but rather his social abilities. He realized that in a place like this, considering he was dressed from head to toe in rags, he stuck out like a sore thumb. Is it really because of my clothing? At this point, the shouting around Lionel seemed to come to a stop, which caused Lionel to stop observing his surroundings. A leader of sorts stepped forward and spoke some words. Lionel sighed a breath of relief. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Lionel could tell that they had stopped their shouting tactic after realizing he wasn't very moved by it at all. He didn't know why these armored warriors wanted to intimidate him, but he could only slowly realize the truth from here on out. State your name, affiliation, and purpose. The dictionary translated for Lionel, finally allowing him to tell just what was going on. I need to learn this language as quickly as possible. Lionel didn't feel off-put by the question. Even on Earth alone, just traveling from province to province elicited questions just like this. It only made sense that it would be asked when it came to travel between worlds. My name is Lionel, I come from Earth. I'm only here on vacation. Lionel felt there was no need to speak about his purpose of finding Aina. Speaking truthfully would only raise more questions. In addition, he had no idea what Aina's current situation was, but he still hadn't forgotten that eerie feeling from before. If he wasn't just being paranoid and she really was in trouble, then mentioning the fact that he was looking for her would only put them both in danger. The spectators had much more sophisticated translation treasures than Lionel did. So, they all understood his words practically immediately. But, as a result, they were confused and gave Lionel weird looks. Earth? They had never heard of it. Though Earth was greatly valued by higher dimensional worlds, information about it wasn't quite widespread yet. These people might look rich, but compared to true nobles, they still had a long way to go. That said, the reason they were giving Lionel weird gazes wasn't because of this. There were too many worlds, how could they know all of them? That was impossible. What they found weird was the fact he said he was here to be a tourist, but if that was the case, why was he dressed like that? Lionel, however, was thinking about something completely different. He didn't miss the sharpening of the captain's gaze after he spoke of Earth. Just what was going on? Come with us for further questioning, the captain said coldly. Lionel frowned at these words, but the guards seemed to react immediately to his hesitation, placing their hands on their weapons. There's something weird about these guards. They don't seem to be dressed like natives of this land. Lionel separated out everyone he observed into 3 categories. There were natives, tourists, and these guards. Natives all seemed to wear garbs that crossed flexible armor with robes, giving them a distinctive look. These guards, however, had their own mode of dressing. Each of them wore fluttering robes, but they were split below their waist into 4 sections. One section to each of the sides of their hips and one to their front and back. This design exposed the metallic sheet armor that covered their legs. In addition to this, each of them had the same design on their lapels, a golden pin that held an oddly shaped star and cross. It seemed to exude a level of authority that garnered the respect of all those that looked at them. The more Lionel observed, the more he felt there was something off about this. He looked back toward the woman who had received him again, not surprised to find her still dodging his gaze. By now, he was certain that these men were called here by her. What a joke. To think they had just been having a friendly conversation only to find out that she had been stirring up trouble for him. The young woman shivered. Compared to Lionel's previous inquisitive gaze, she could feel the coldness of this one. Her heart skipped several beats, losing its regularity. The change left her unable to breathe properly. Lionel looked away. I will follow you. He regained his calm, glancing toward the captain with an indifferent expression. The captain frowned, but ultimately gave the signal to surround Lionel and escort him away. Chapter 337. The young woman watched Lionel's back disappear into the distance, her breathing still hitching. It was only after a long while that she gritted her teeth in rage. If it wasn't for the fact she was still in public, she would have likely found anything she could to throw and bash around. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he? The young lady ground her teeth in silence. What happened? Who was that guy? At that moment, a familiar voice to the young lady stepped forward. The young woman, looked up to find exactly who she expected to. It was another young woman of similar age and type. They both had decent looks and cute features. It was truly a case of like people attracting one another. From afar, they even looked quite like sisters even though they weren't. Sil. Ugh, I thought you said that this job would be easy. Sil giggled, rounding Rai's desk and hooking her arm around her friends. You've already had this job for years. Now that you've soaked up all the benefits, you want to come back here and blame me? It seemed that Sil had quite the standing. If not, how could she have possibly helped regain such a position? Sil seemed quite amused by her friends complaining and wanted to ask more, but the teleportation pad suddenly lit once again. Hid her dissatisfaction and politely greeted another client. After some pleasantries, she sent this person on their way and sat back down in a huff. Now can you tell me what happened? Pouted. With your connections, you could easily find out. Why make me talk about something that makes me upset? What kind of friend are you? Sil giggled. Second and third hand information isn't as good as the real thing. Come on, don't hold out on me. Plus, you know that my family doesn't have much jurisdiction over them. When she said these words, Sil's playful expression became a tad bit more solemn. But, regardless, she still pressed for answers. Sighed and caved in. A couple months ago, they briefed all of us attendants on some new information. Apparently they're cracking down on fugitives and escapees. Whenever I see a sign of suspicious activity, I'm supposed to make small talk with the suspect and secretly call for reinforcements. But this bastard actually glared at me like that just because I was doing my job. Sil's eyes sparkled. A crackdown? Why? Who are they trying to catch? Who would be bold enough to become a fugitive in the eyes of those people? Clearly, to Sil, this wasn't a normal case. Let's just say that becoming a fugitive of a world or even a network of worlds wasn't as bad as becoming a fugitive in the eyes of these people. I don't know anything, I just followed their orders. Ri said with an exasperated sigh. Sil giggled. He only glared at you a bit, is there a need to be so angry? Ri gave her own glare at these words. You don't get it. I thought I was going to die. A measly third-dimensional brat actually pressured me, how embarrassing. Sil blinked. He was in the third dimension yet you still called them for him? Ri froze for a moment. Then, she blushed profusely. It seemed she realized she had done something wrong. That was right, how could someone in the third dimension be who they were looking for? It was no wonder he glared at her. After a while, Ri regained her bearing and bit her teeth. Even if she made a mistake, there was no need to treat her like that. What a bad guy. What good was being a bit handsome if you were so weak? Humph, Ri finally snorted. If I see him again, I'll definitely have sister-in-law teach him a lesson. Sil burst into a fit of giggles. This sister-in-law Ri was referring to was actually her own sister-in-law. Sil had an elder brother who treated the both of them like his own little sisters. So, despite the fact they weren't blood-related, Ri still called her sister-in-law. Of course, there were deeper matters in relation to this oddity, but they were unimportant at this moment. It's really curious, though. Sil said after a moment. Isn't it supposed to be a struggle for those in the third dimension to adjust to a fourth-dimensional world? Where did he get the strength to glare at you? Ri froze again, seemingly stumped once more. Sil giggled and shook her head. This friend of hers had always been a bit simple. If not for this, she would have helped her get a far more prestigious job than this. Though this gig paid well and was very stable and safe, it wasn't exactly the most esteemed. Young Mississippi, just when Sil wanted to speak with Ri a bit more, a strict voice sounded from her back. To her back, there was an inconspicuous man with sparse hair. He was well dressed and groomed, while his hands were perpetually clasped behind his back. However, the way his hair fluttered about like the wings of a bird made it difficult for Sil to take him very seriously. That said, this was only because she knew that this old man would never harm her. For others, if they saw this old man, they would head in the opposite direction 99% of the time. The remaining percentage point was an unknown variable. After all, the dead couldn't testify. Already? Sil pouted. Yes, this is very important, young Mississippi. The city lord isn't willing to compromise on this. Sil sighed and shook her head. She knew that talking wouldn't do her any good. Fine, fine. Let's go. I'll see you later, Ri. Okay. Ri waved her friend goodbye. At that moment, Lionel sat in a blank room. This was the best way he could describe it. The walls were a dull gray. The singular chair he sat on was a dull gray. The singular table before him was a dull gray. It was even difficult to see the outline of the door to this place. It was as though Lionel had been tossed into a cube with no exit. After a few minutes turned to almost an hour, Lionel felt a keen sense of déjà vu. He had a flashback to the time Pope Margrave wasted his time. But, this time, he didn't have the option to leave at all. Lionel yawned. Since they wanted to make him wait, that was fine. Lionel took out a pillow and a blanket, climbed onto the table, and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, the sound of light snoring filled the small room. Chapter 338. Lionel fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. Of course, he was using the meditation rest technique his father had taught him. But, to the outside world, he was out cold without any understanding of what was happening around him. When Lionel entered this place, he realized many things. For one, these people didn't take him very seriously. They didn't restrain him nor did they take his things away. It was very likely they believed he was weak. Lionel didn't mind allowing this illusion to continue. But, at the same time, he knew that it very well may not be an illusion at all. Lionel had never seen a fourth-dimensional entity battle. However, according to the information he had, no matter how powerful one was within a lower dimension, it was impossible to challenge a higher one with very few exceptions. Lionel didn't know how true this was or if the crystallization of his force could help bridge this gap, but he didn't feel like finding out by putting his life on the line. All Lionel knew was that if he didn't rest his mind, he would be at an even greater disadvantage. So, that was exactly what he did. Without a care for anything going on around him, he entered a deep dreamland. By some stroke of coincidence, or maybe due to the fact Lionel was right about them not taking him seriously, no one was monitoring Lionel. They likely believed that they could sweat Lionel out just like any other prisoner. If they let him sit alone for a long while, he'd probably spill out everything he knew when he finally saw another person. Unfortunately, due to their lack of bothering to monitor him, none of them realized that the young man they thought they were pressuring was taking a nice nap. Across the universe it could be said that there were countless centers of power. But, more often than not, these powers would have the shadow of stronger entities to their backs, and those stronger entities would have even stronger backers. This was simply the way of the world. On Earth, which county didn't have a city backing it? Which city wasn't backed by a state or province? Which state or province didn't have a country behind it? This was simply how things functioned. In this new world order where having and not having resources was the difference between life and death, powers who could stand to support others had their hands in as many pots as possible. When things are put into this perspective, it truly isn't a surprise that Earth was targeted in such a way. Even under the protection and overwatch of so many powerful existences, there were some with enough backing that still dared to make a move. In such a complicated environment, it was too difficult to hold such powers accountable for their actions. So, they acted with impunity. And, if they failed, so what? Who would call them out for it? Of course, there were some that tried to call out the wrongs of these powers. But, how long did these foolish individuals survive for? Once again, it seemed as though someone didn't know their place. Aylard has died. The room wasn't dark and sinister as one might expect. In fact, it was well lit and lavishly furnished. And, as though to prove that these entities truly had nothing to hide or didn't deem it necessary to hide anything, this meeting took place within the private room of a bustling high-class restaurant. Oh. That's unfortunate. I assume everything was handled appropriately. Silence fell over the room. This lack of response seemed to catch everyone's attention. Their careless demeanors paused for a moment in place of several sneers. So it seems someone else doesn't know their place? Just deal with them as usual. Everyone around the table seemed to agree with this. It seemed that there was no need for further discussion. Leave it to the head of that quadrant. Agreed. The conversation started and ended just as quickly. To these men and women, what was a small fry from a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world even worth? The fact they wasted a few seconds of their day on such an ant was already too much respect in their eyes. The decision of these entities quickly moved down the ranks, jumping through several chains of command before finally making it the ears it needed to make it to. The man was tall and lanky, carrying a pale complexion that made it seem as though he was either a foot into the grave or one step out of it. Commander Saida. An attendant respectfully knelt before the man, yet he didn't even turn back. He stood looking out a wide, curved window. Stars and asteroids shot across his vision as planets and moons shone beautifully in the distance. It was the kind of scene only a handful of people from Earth had seen personally. Yet, in this new world order, anyone with a little bit power could lay eyes on such a scene. Despite the lack of an answer, the attendant didn't dare to make another sound, continuing to kneel in silence. Eventually, he spoke. Leave the information here. You can go. The voice sounded just as dead as the man's sunken expression. Who knew if it was because it had been too long since his last meal or if this man was really dead, but his skin was pressed so flush against his cheeks that it seemed the bone might tear through it at any moment. Saida picked up the files as the door to his office was closed. When he finished reading them, a flicker of disdain couldn't help but flash within his eyes. Lionel Morales? They wanted him to personally take care of a brat? Was this supposed to be a joke? Scythe shook his head and pressed a button. Find out for me where this Lionel Morales is. It's too painful to descend to the pseudo-fourth dimension. I expect no mistakes or else I'll have your head. Yes, sir. A voice came from the other side. Scythe walked back to enjoying his view, the clanking of his armor being audible with his every step. If Lionel had been there, he would have noticed an eerily familiar uniform. Robes that split into 4 pieces at the waist. Legs covered in sheet armor beneath them. A pin that looked like the cross between a star and cross on the lapel. Chapter 339. The sudden opening of a door shook Lionel out of his sleeping state. He yawned and stretched, sitting up from the table. He had to say that sleeping on a table wouldn't have been the most comfortable experience for him in the past. But, after practicing to the standard stage, it might as well have been a soft bed to the current him. Lionel wiped the tears and sleep from his eyes, finally locking eyes with those that walked into the room. There were 2 individuals, 1 man and 1 woman. They both wore the same split robes and metallic leg sleeves. These uniforms are quite cool. Lionel thought playfully to himself. I wonder how I can join. Of course, Lionel was just having a joke at the expense of himself. With his luck in joining organizations, he'd probably be being hunted to his death within another few days. Still, that didn't change the fact he felt these outfits were quite stylish. Sometimes even Lionel himself forgot he was a teenage boy. Coach had always said, look good, play good. The better one felt, the better they could perform. It seemed that this organization, whatever it was, seemed to take this quite seriously as well. While Lionel was observing the pair, the 2 of them were looking toward him with incredulous expressions. Wasn't this young man supposed to be sweating their appearance? Why the hell is it that he was sleeping? The young woman wrinkled her nose. It seemed that a negative effect of locking Lionel in here for so long was that his smell had been highly concentrated into this area. Lionel slid off the table and put his blanket and pillow away. Flakes of dried blood fell from his body and coated the table, but he didn't bother to clean it. He felt the cleanliness of the room had nothing to do with him, quite frankly. Though he had been cleansed twice by his 2-star constitution and could even stay fresh for longer than normal humans, given enough time, he would still end up in such a state. He was still very much mortal. Lionel sat down on the chair as though nothing had happened and smiled lightly. Might I ask what I've been brought in for now? Compared to the first time they saw him, Lionel's gaze was much sharper and focused. It seemed that he had really needed that nap. It seemed it might have been an issue to leave him here alone for so long. Hearing Lionel's question, the pair soon regained their level of professionalism, sitting across from Lionel as though they couldn't see the flakes of blood and dirt on the table or smell the horrid stench in the air. Lionel took out the dictionary and placed it on the table to help him translate. It's our job to monitor suspicious activity. The man replied with a deadpan expression. In addition, you match the description of several fugitives we've been looking for. Lionel smiled bitterly. It seemed that it really was his style of dress that got him thrust into this situation. Had he taken his time to clean up, maybe he wouldn't even be here. I apologize for giving that sort of impression. The reason I look like this is because I recently cleared a subdimensional zone on my home world and used one of my rewards in exchange for a ticket to terrain. In my excitement, I came here right after I left without thinking things through. I've never left my home world before. Lionel explained his side of the story politely. Of course, much of it was a lie and in some ways, he really could be considered a fugitive. At the very least, he had run away from his home planet for reasons. But, they didn't need to know that. Plus, Lionel said with a bitter expression. I'm just a third-dimensional existence from a new world, how could I be one of the fugitives you're looking for? Though the pair before him didn't react much to his words, Lionel's senses were exceptionally keen. He could see that they had already believed as much before even stepping into this room. Lionel wasn't sure why they brought him in. It might have been to do their due diligence or for another reason he was unaware of. But he could tell that they didn't truly plan on punishing him. Sometimes people with power just enjoyed wasting the time of those beneath them. Lionel felt that this might just be one of those cases. Still, since he was weak and had no backing, this was simply one of those things he had to accept with a smile on his face even though he was furious inside. As expected, the pair didn't respond directly to Lionel's question. The female flipped her palm and took out a folder of documents. You will be monitored by our people for the next 3 years. As long as you do nothing to violate the laws, you will be relieved of this mark on your record. Lionel's smile suddenly faded into a deep frown. They wanted the right to monitor him for 3 years despite the fact he hadn't done anything wrong? What kind of nonsense was this? Was this supposed to be some sort of joke? You want to monitor me for 3 years despite the fact I haven't done anything wrong? Lionel asked coldly. The man sneered. If you haven't done anything wrong, what's the issue with being monitored? Lionel nearly snapped at this sort of reasoning. If it wasn't for his better judgment, he might have just pulled out his spear right then and there. Maybe in the past, Lionel wouldn't care as much about this. After all, he truly had done nothing wrong, and thanks to his experience with the Empire, he was already used to his every action being monitored. However, it was precisely because of the Empire that he was becoming more and more sensitive to such things. And it only made things worse that he was being treated like this just due to ridiculous, unwarranted suspicion. Lionel's jaw clenched, his gaze turning a frosty shade of green. Without a word, he signed the documents before him. As though a contract had bound him, the documents glowed. Before Lionel could react, a light shot from within the documents and onto his forehead. A moment later, a thin black brand spread between his brows as though marking him. Lionel's fury was stoked several more levels. He had already read through the documents and knew that this would happen, but when he actually felt it, he couldn't help but feel the urge to do something he would regret. Seeing Lionel try to maintain control over his emotions, the woman remained expressionless while the man sneered. So what if he was angry? He was branded like a slave and couldn't even do a thing about it. Chapter 340. Lionel closed his eyes, the tumultuous flow of his blood slowing down to a crawl. Rage wouldn't get him anything, anger wouldn't get him anything. After a long while, Lionel slowly stood and walked toward the door. He didn't say anything toward the female-male pair. Nothing he said would have changed anything to begin with. Seeing Lionel's reaction, the young woman remained expressionless while the male's sneer deepened. Wasn't this sort of reaction obvious? Even if Lionel felt wronged, so what? He may have been worth something on his own world, but in this place, he was nothing but an ant that could be squashed at the whims of others. Lionel stepped out from the room and left. Even without stepping foot outside the building, he could feel the glances he received as though each was boring into his very being. The mark that hovered above his forehead was too distinctive. Anyone could see it at a single glance. Lionel didn't even bother to try and cover it up. He knew that there would be no point. If a simple headband could circumvent such a thing, whatever organization this was truly wouldn't be worth very much to begin with. Eventually, Lionel pushed open the doors and stood at the top of a tall and wide set of stairs. For this organization to hold such a large property in such a bustling city, their standing was clear. Every square inch in a place like this likely cost an astronomical amount. As someone from Earth who was familiar with overpopulation problems, Lionel knew this more than others. Lionel looked up to the top of the building, seeing the very same star and cross symbol. To this point, he still didn't know what the title of this organization was, nor had anyone ever mentioned it to him. It seemed to be one of those things that everyone knew of, but also didn't dare to speak of easily. Considering his style of dress, where he stood, and what hung above his forehead, Lionel stood out like a sore thumb. There was no limit of individuals who observed him from afar, whispering to one another. However, Lionel continued to stand there as though burning the image of that star and cross into his mind. Then, he turned and walked away. Impossible, we don't accept your kind here. Please leave. All of our rooms are booked, sir. Please accept our greatest Apollo. Ah. Yes, right away. The room has already been cleaned and prepped. This way please. Scram. I don't care if you're willing to pay double. Lionel expressionlessly strolled out of his final attempt. He felt nothing but numbness by this point. After a while, he looked up toward the setting sun. It seemed as though the whole day had already gone by. In truth, he hadn't spent the whole day searching for accommodations. Most of the time had been wasted away in that organization's building. It was only the past half an hour that he had spent moving from location to location, hoping to find a place of residence. Though Lionel had the segmented cube, he knew that he couldn't so easily or casually use it. This was no longer Earth, there were plenty of people he had to fear here. As of now, he had only used the dictionary as a translator, so no one grew greedy about it. Who would care about such a primitive translation treasure? However, the segmented cube was a spatial treasure capable of housing life. If others came to know of it, Lionel would be hunted to the ends of terrain. Lionel saw a food stall in the distance and suddenly realized it had been a long time since he ate anything that he didn't roast himself. Though he had a practically infinite supply of meat thanks to the snow globes, it got bland eating nothing but unseasoned meat all the time. However, before Lionel could even approach, the middle-aged woman who ran the stand gave him a stare as though daring him to come and suffer the consequences. Lionel shook his head and sighed. There was no purpose in staying in this city anymore. Lionel felt several eyes on him as he walked toward the outside of the city. How am I supposed to find Aina like this? No one would give Lionel the time of day. Not only could he not find a place to stay, he couldn't find a place to eat. As he was now, it would be impossible to gather any information. How could he if no one would talk to him? They say that this mark is only supposed to be a sign of suspicion and not criminality, but who would want a suspicious person around them? It was practically guaranteed to stay this way. The city gates will be closing in half an hour and will not open again until dawn tomorrow. Though the guard could see the mark on Lionel's forehead, he still casually said these words. After all, it was his job to say at least this much. That said, he didn't even look directly at Lionel as he spoke. Lionel just shook his head and bitterly laughed. Stay in the city? For what? To sleep on the streets? What was the point of that? At least if he left the city he could take another rest in comfort so long as he found a deserted region. Also, clothing stores refused entry, so unless he repaired his chain necklace, he would have to make his own clothing. Either way, he would only be able to do this with his segmented cube, and he would only be safe to use his segmented cube if he left this place. Thanks. Lionel said noncommittedly. The guard and his colleagues shook their heads and soon began to converse amongst themselves, not minding Lionel anymore. It was just when Lionel was almost out of earshot that he heard something that caught his interest by relying on the dictionary. Chapter 341. Another fugitive, Tisk. Technically no, that was just a mark of suspicion. They're only monitoring him. Poor guy probably just got caught up in something that was over his head. Whatever it is, he's pretty stupid to leave the city. He's just asking to die. He hasn't even stepped out of the third dimension yet, but he wanted to survive outside of the city walls. Who do you think he'll fall to, an invalid or a beast? Let's play some bets. The guards spoke as they pleased. To them, it was impossible for Lionel to hear them from so far away. And, even if they knew he could hear them, it was highly unlikely that they'd even care enough to stop. Well, what's his alternative? He probably couldn't find a place to stay and he was probably stupid enough to come here with a one-way ticket. You think someone like him could even afford a ticket back to his own world? Lionel smiled bitterly. That was true, he had no way back to Earth for now. Though, that wasn't because he couldn't afford it. Unlike Earth, terrain had teleportation pads. This meant that Lionel didn't need to enter a zone to earn a Tier 9 black reward to go back. He just had to pay the appropriate fee. There were only two issues with this. First, he needed Earth's coordinates. This was simple enough, he could just ask the dictionary about it. The second issue is much harder to deal with. He had to actually be allowed to leave. Even though no one had ever said anything about his travel being restricted, the teleportation pads were still owned by the cities. Just like he could be rejected from entering their hotels, he would be stopped from using their other services as well. As for why people who apparently couldn't stand his guts would stop him from leaving, that had an explanation as well. No one wanted to be complicit in the escape of a suspicious entity. There was no way they'd help him. The guards laughed amongst one another. Still, who do you think those fugitives they're looking for are? The guards fell into silence. All of them looked toward the rookie that asked such a stupid question as though they couldn't wait to skin him alive. The rookie, seemingly realizing he said something wrong, lowered his head. He didn't even mumble an apology, hoping that no one acknowledged what he had just asked. They all knew that terrain was currently in a state of turmoil, a crossroads of sorts. Some wanted to ensure their world reached the fifth dimension while others felt that doing such a thing was useless. As though the internal conflict wasn't bad enough, there were people pulling strings from the background, and it could be said that those who were pulling these strings were quite invested in ensuring that terrain abandoned its chances of becoming a fifth-dimensional world. Lionel found the sudden silence of the guards to be quite interesting. It seemed as though this was another open secret everyone was aware of but didn't dare to speak of. Anyway. The rookie tried to change the subject. I heard that another power suffered a loss at the hands of the sword monstress. The guards looked at the rookie weirdly. What kind of name is that supposed to be? How am I supposed to know? I'm not the one that came up with the name. I hear she's a woman and a monster, so they call her the monstress. They say she's built and looks like a gorilla and wields a 3-meter-long sword, thus sword monstress. The guards looked at one another, all simultaneously sent a kick toward the rookie. What a lame story. Lionel shook his head and left. They weren't talking about anything he was interested in any longer. A long while later, the road Lionel traveled along began to grow less and less well-kept. It slowly became narrower and less paved. Soon, weeds and grasses began to spring up all along it. By now, Lionel had left the range of the city. Anyone who was hoping to reach the city gates within the next half hour before closing had long since passed him by. It was safe to say that he was fairly alone at this point. Soon, the flat land began to turn into a forest that quickly grew in density. After reaching this point, Lionel entered a state of high alert. On his way here, he had crossed two groups heading toward the city. But both of them had had individuals he felt could squash him like a bug. If it wasn't for his rags and his weakness, there was no telling if he would have been robbed and killed or not. This told him two things. First, this meant the fourth dimension was a completely different animal. Lionel didn't know why he didn't feel the pressure of this world, but he knew that he couldn't underestimate it just because of this. Second, Lionel realized that having such powerful people in your midst was practically a necessity if he wanted to travel through this world. Of course, Lionel had one advantage, his internal sight. He could trust it in most cases and dodge danger before he even reached it. After crystallizing his spirit pressure, he could see up to half a kilometer away even in this fourth-dimensional world. Back on Earth, his range was easily over a kilometer. Lionel could only hope that a half-kilometer and his instincts were enough to keep him safe. After he traveled a decent enough depth, Lionel began to sink into the ground. It takes more force now. Lionel frowned, but he could only keep pouring his force out. He had already been aware that multiple things would be more difficult after coming to a fourth-dimensional world. He could only accept it. Soon, Lionel's head had disappeared from the surface, completely vanishing. He had one main goal in mind. He had to finish his force crystallization and complete his 10th node. Only then would he have some more assurance in staying in this backwards world. Chapter 342. Lionel sunk deep into the ground and summoned the segmented cube. Truth be told, he didn't feel 100% safe in this region. There was no telling what kind of powerful beasts could burrow through the ground. In addition, as things stood now, he was still being tracked. There was also no telling what those people would do with that information. Lionel shook his head and entered the abode setting. He had no idea how he could possibly get so unlucky to land himself in this situation. But here he was, he could only make the most of it. Could it be that something like this happened to Aina too? Lionel's heart suddenly clenched. He remembered that when he sent Aina here, they had quite literally just survived a bombing. It could even be argued that her state was worse than his current own. On top of that, she was severely injured and a beautiful woman alone in this world. There was no telling what could happen. Lionel thought back to that bad feeling he had had and clenched his teeth. A murderous aura seemed to still the air around him. Lionel hardly noticed it, nor did he realize when he could suddenly exude such bloodthirst. But all he knew was that if they dared to touch one hair on her head, he wouldn't care about what consequences going against them could bring. Lionel stripped himself of his clothes and began to slowly wash himself. It was hard to tell if he was being deliberate or not, but his movements were paced and methodical as though each and every one of his actions had the utmost importance. After a long while, he was cleaned and refreshed. Then, he entered his room and sank into his bed, falling asleep once again. Lionel awoke feeling better than he ever had. His body felt like a powerful spring, ready to launch itself into the skies. His injuries were completely healed, even ones hidden well within the depths of his being. And his mind was clear, even clearer than it had been after his first nap. With that, he entered the lab setting and set his sights on the many blueprints his father had left behind. Truthfully, these blueprints didn't have some powerful, nation-rending treasures depicted on them. Rather, they were mostly written as guiders to Lionel's training. As such, most of them were actually related to aspects of forming divine armor, as it was an outrageously complicated process. The general rule of Force crafters was that treasures with more parts tended to be more complicated. So, one could imagine how difficult forming one's divine armor was. Even the simplest designs would have upwards of 40 to 50 parts, something that was far beyond the current Lionel. That said, Lionel wasn't looking toward these blueprints to start on his divine armor. As things stood now, that wasn't a valuable use of his time. Lionel scanned through and picked out a blueprint before unfurling it on his crafter's table. The design that revealed itself was a simple set of clothes that could provide decent defenses. At the very least, they wouldn't break so easily in battle and would also help Lionel stand out less. After all, the sweatpants of Earth looked quite odd in this new world. One of the most important parts about forming divine armor was understanding the human body and how it moved in relation to its parts. Tailoring clothing was one of the first steps that his father had laid out for him. Lionel memorized the blueprint and imprinted it into his mind using Dream Sculpt. Then, he began to choose materials. Lionel's snow globes were filled with third-dimensional beasts thanks to his time on the Project Hunt Island. Picking out beasts with sturdy hides was just a matter of reaching out a finger and pointing. Like this, an odd scene of a naked boy tailoring his first set of clothing could be seen. FUU. Lionel patted down his robes, causing them to slam down against his body in a whipping motion. They had a heavy, leathery texture to them and were a deep black. They followed a similar design to the clothing of that Star and Cross organization and split at his waist. But, since Lionel didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble, he only split it down once from just below his belly button. That way, the robes wouldn't obstruct his movements despite their heft. Compared to the robes, Lionel's pants were much looser and freer. They were made of an exceptionally light material and fluttered with the slightest movement. If one looked closely, it was clear that it wasn't the material that was light as much as the force arts Lionel wove into it made it so. Good enough. Lionel nodded to himself, slicking his hair back. His long hair was really getting to be a problem, but cutting it was even more difficult. In fact, as he progressed through strengthening his body, it only got tougher and tougher. Lionel no longer had the means to cut his hair even if he wanted to, as it seemed to be even more powerful than his body. Toward this issue, he could only shake his head and let his bronzed hair sway toward the small of his back. He could only hope he didn't become a male Rapunzel in the future. Lionel took off his robes, leaving him shirtless. Now that he had some real work to do, there was no need to leave such heavy protection on. Little Tolly shot up excitedly, bouncing across the table like a little silver basketball. Lionel smiled. Ever since Blackstar went into a deep sleep, this little one had been feeling lonely. Even though the two were always at each other's throats, Lionel could tell that they were a bit fond of one another. The main reason Lionel left his zone later than Monet and Violet Rain was because he had used his remaining time with Uncle Montez to infuse the mimicry blood into little Blackstar. That way, he could assure that absolutely nothing went wrong. So, right now, little Blackstar was assimilating with the blood. But, by the time Lionel finished, the little guy should be up and raring to go. Lionel took a deep breath and began to meditate. He was very close to reaching perfection in his crystallization. Once he did, it would be time. Chapter 343. The days slowly ticked by, but Lionel hardly noticed them. His body was as light as a feather, following along a natural progression that didn't even seem difficult to him. Then, one day, bang! Shoo! A hot steam shot all around Lionel's body. Well, at first look it was just steam. But, upon second inspection, one would be shocked to find that it was actually force. Tangible force. This wasn't the kind of force only those with internal sight could see. Even mortals who hadn't come into contact with force a day in their lives would very clearly be able to see it. This sort of shocking crystallization was the likes of which even King Arthur hadn't reached. Lionel took a deep breath. All the dense fog around him seemed to surge into his body, entering through his pores and boring into his soul, leaving him feeling incomparably refreshed. I did it. This should also be the strong stage. Lionel realized that when his body suddenly sucked in all his force like that, his body broke through another shackle and reached the strong stage. It had to be remembered that refining one's metal body in the third dimension was split into 5 phases. The weak, standard, strong, superior, and perfection stage. This could be considered the foundation one laid to enter the 4th dimension. This was another reason Lionel wasn't worried about not having the rest of dimensional cleanse just yet. Even if he couldn't progress to the 4th dimension with his force, he could still do so with his soul force. He could still comprehend the 4 seasons realm, and he could also bring his metal body into the 4th dimension as well. Regardless of which of these 3 paths it was, each of them would give him the strength of a 4th dimensional entity. So, what did it matter? As things stood now, if Lionel wanted, he could bring his metal body to the 4th dimension this very instant. But, as a person who opened all 9 doors, how could he waste his potential like that? He had to reach superior stage at worst before progressing. Lionel flexed his forearms. My body is already nearing the strength of a pseudo 4th dimensional Oregon. It wouldn't be easy even for 4th dimensional entities to harm me. Lionel took a deep breath. This gave him even more assurance to form his 10th node. He knew that no matter how much he planned it all out, the process would still be impossibly painful. After all, he was trying to break through restrictions set by the universe itself. Even if this could be considered to be a minor restriction in the grand scheme, to the current Lionel, it was an insurmountable mountain. Lionel took a deep breath to adjust himself. Then, he took another long bath and deep sleep before finally returning, his body brimming with vitality. No matter how you looked at him, Lionel seemed to be a pointed spear. All the hatred, humiliation, and grievance he had suffered those few days ago seemed to become his whetstone, sharpening his edge to unimaginable degrees. Let's begin. Lionel spoke to no one in particular. His breath shot out like an arrow, trembling the space before his lips. He sat cross-legged, a vial of thick, milky liquid in his hands. This was none other than the dew he had collected in the several months he had the stalactite for. Just a single drop was more than enough to form a node, but Lionel actually had almost a dozen. In that moment, Lionel began to circulate, dimensional cleanse, in full force. The speed of his rotation his stars experienced accelerated and his body suddenly felt bloated. Lionel split his mind in two directions, both focusing in on his kidneys. Lionel had calculated everything out. If he tried to form his nodes one at a time, he would get stone-walled when he tried to form his 10th. The only chance he stood was to form them both at the very same time. For the current Lionel, splitting his mind in two directions was as easy as breathing. After crystallizing his spirit pressure to perfection, he could already split it over 8 ways. So, how could 2 possibly be an issue? Lionel guides his force, stimulating his life energies, rearranging the cells of kidneys. The kidney was an extraordinarily important part of the body. It was responsible for cleaning away many of the impurities of the blood. However, for anyone who had ever suffered a kidney stone before, they would know that even the smallest particle could cause everything to go wrong. For Lionel to rearrange his cells, though it wasn't as dangerous as when he had done so with his brain, the immediate pain was definitely far more potent. However, from the outside, one would never guess that Lionel was in pain. In just an hour, Lionel had already rearranged 100 cells worth of space, creating a nice pocket for his 2 nodes. To this point, despite the pain, everything had gone perfectly. All he had to do now was form his node within the pockets he had created and connect them with his others. By then, his foundation within the 3rd dimension would become perfect. Lionel's chest expanded, his thick force building. In one swift motion, he unhesitatingly swung his head back and gulped down the whole vial of dew. Bang! Lionel's body suddenly expanded by a size. However, it wasn't proportional in the slightest. He looked as though he had suddenly gained 100 pounds and that his body would burst at any moment. However, under the strength of his metal body, he kept himself together as his face contorted. Blood leaked from his lips, but he willed himself to focus. In that instant, all the force in his body rushed to 2 locations, carving out a node pathway with impunity. Lionel's brow trembled, but he bit down on his teeth hard. He compressed his bloated body, squeezing his muscles and flexing with all his might. Cracks began to spread not only across himself, but even the floors of the lab setting. It seemed that he might implode at any given moment. But it was exactly then that he felt the node pathways complete. One to his left kidney and the other to his right. Just when Lionel was about to feel ecstatic, he suddenly felt as though someone had stabbed through the right side of his body and twisted the knife. In that moment, a scar Lionel had hardly thought about his whole life suddenly lit on fire. From a faint mark near his liver, it suddenly exploded, radiating out with a blinding light. Ack! Lionel couldn't control his roar. The pain was so excruciating that his eyes rolled back until only their whites remained. His body convulsed uncontrollably. There was no need to even mention his breakthrough attempt. He had completely lost control of his force, his body bursting apart at its seams. He flopped to the ground, his body spasming as blood leaked from his orifices. The scar continued to burn brighter and brighter, stretching up the side of his body as though to swallow him whole. Lionel could have never thought that the reason he felt 9 nodes weren't enough was precisely because of this scar his father mentioned in the note he left to him all that time ago. Chapter 344. Lionel felt as though a blade was twisting through his organs. He had never experienced pain on this level in his entire life. It was to the point that no amount of will could keep his mind clear. Whatever semblance of control he had had over the process of his body had completely collapsed, resulting in a rampaging force surging throughout his body. Anyone else in this sort of situation would have long since died. In fact, the moment they swallowed that amount of dew, they would have exploded on the spot. That said, Lionel's current situation had little to nothing to do with the amount of force he had swallowed. In fact, it had nothing to do with him trying to form a 10th node either. It was entirely related to the twisting pain at his hip. To this point, Lionel still had no idea why his father ever mentioned the scar above his hip. Lionel had never been aware of where it came from. Considering he played football, he had never thought much about it to begin with. Injuries always seemed to pop up randomly for anyone who played the sport. He had even broken his ribs during the last game he played. Why would he think so much about a barely visible scar? However, Lionel could have never imagined that such a small matter would blow up to this level. Lionel's mind was completely blank. His eyes had rolled back, making his vision completely black. It felt as though the only thing he could feel was pain, the only thing he could hear were his screams, the only thing he could smell was the metallic stench of his own blood. Then, it all began to turn faint. As though his life was being pulled along by a string completely out of his control, he stalked closer toward death. And, maybe the worst part was that Lionel wasn't even aware. Maybe it was because his will wasn't tempered enough, maybe it was because this pain was truly beyond the limits of his body, but there was nothing he could do to change his own fate. As Lionel was straddling the line of life and death, Saida had finally gotten the report he had been waiting several days for. After reading it, he furrowed his brow. With the level of their organization, digging up information on a mere third-dimensional existence was too easy. However, Lionel's information was too weird. For one, his grandfather was the emperor of his world. Having a world unified beneath one force was incredibly rare to begin with. It was an extraordinary feat, and it was impossible for any simple existence to accomplish this, especially when it was a world with so much talent like Earth. This alone wasn't enough to cause Saida to frown. Who cared about the emperor of a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world? He might find it troublesome if Earth was a pseudo-fifth-dimensional world, but they were very clearly far from this. What made him raise an eyebrow wasn't the information, but rather, the lack of it. Firstly, there wasn't a single hint of information about Lionel's maternal grandmother and Emperor Fox's wife. It was to the point they hadn't even managed to find her name. No birth records, no name, no death certificate, nothing. As though that wasn't enough, his mother had vanished off the face of the planet. She hadn't been heard of in decades. In fact, the time she had disappeared for far outstripped Lionel's own age, which was more than enough to raise some eyebrows. Then, there was Lionel's father. Rather than vanishing, the issue with him was that he appeared out of nowhere. There were records that were very clearly forged of his birth and early life, but it was all too simple for Scythe's organization to find out how fake these things were. On top of that, he suddenly vanished after the metamorphosis began. There wasn't a single record of him, nothing. Even this aside, there was Lionel himself. To summarize the boy as a troublemaker was an understatement. The near destruction of a fort, the murder of several hidden family members, the falling out with the rebels of Earth, of course, none of these things were enough to move Scythe. What did he care what a team did against such weak organizations? The real issue was how all of this fit together. There were a lot of organizations eyeing Earth right now. In fact, even without the mission he was given, Scythe already had Earth on his radar. This was simply one of those things the public was in the dark about, while those with some real weight to them were already taking advantage of. What Scythe wanted to know was whether or not Lionel and his mysterious family was part of those eyeing Earth as a pie they wanted a slice of. If this was the case, then Scythe might very well become a scapegoat in a power struggle simply by virtue of the fact he was unlucky enough to be saddled with this mission. Thinking to this point, Scythe's sunken eyes narrows, his already pale features growing a shade whiter. When he entered such deep thought, his blood seemed to slow by a measure, making him appear to be even more ghost-like. No matter what actions I take now, they have to be done with the utmost secrecy. Scythe knew that he didn't have the option to reject this mission. This was simply the plight of the weak. However, he also knew that his organization wouldn't throw him out to dry either. If they set such a precedent, it wouldn't be long before no one was willing to work for them. This ultimately meant that he needed to set a seed of appropriate amounts of doubt. As long as there wasn't conclusive evidence that he was the one who acted, he should be able to keep a certain level of protection for himself. Where is he now? Scythe finally turned the attendant who still knelt on the ground. From our information, he has long since left Earth using a teleportation ticket. But, since these tickets can only teleport someone within a quadrant, there were only about 200 worlds he could have gone to. After looking through the teleportation records of them all, there are 5 worlds that fit the timing and only one registered to Lionel Morales. He should be on terrain, coordinate XX. XX at the moment. Scythe nodded. Prepare everything. I want to leave within the hour. Yes. Chapter 345. Scythe landed on the teleportation platform. Instead of looking around toward his surroundings, he frowned for a moment and closed his eyes, slowly regaining his bearing. Despite the fact this was a private teleportation pad in the most secretive location the organization had to offer, there were already 2 individuals ready to receive Scythe. Neither said a word as Scythe regained his bearings, and neither did Scythe acknowledge them. Had Lionel been there, he would have immediately recognized these 2 as the very same male and female pair that had branded him with the mark that now hovered over his forehead. When Scythe finally opened his eyes, the 2 of them stepped forward. Officer Finn greets Commander. Officer Thorn greets Commander. Scythe looked toward the 2 of them indifferently. The title of officer was just another way of saying unranked in their organization, while these officers all referred to those above them as Commander. It was similar to how some cultures called even those unrelated to them uncle or big brother, but in this case, rather than being a polite address, it was a way of drawing a line between true members of the organization and those who weren't worthy. I received information that a certain Lionel Morales came through this city. You have 10 minutes to get me information about his whereabouts and other pertinent information. You may leave. Finn and Thorn froze, looking toward each other with their heads still bowed. Scythe frowned. What? He could clearly see that there was something wrong. The male officer, Finn, looked up carefully and explained everything from start to finish. The most recent information we have of him is that he has left the city. If Commander wants, we can use the monitoring brand to retrieve him. The truth was that these 2 officers hadn't put much stock in Lionel. Though they branded him, that was a matter of convenience rather than necessity. They knew well that the matter was an inconvenience to Lionel and also knew that it was unnecessary to go so far, but so what? Who cared how Lionel felt about it? Never could they have expected that someone like Scythe would personally descend for someone they put no importance on. When Scythe heard the story, his frown couldn't help but deepen. Now, this matter he had been hoping to keep under wraps was likely the talk of much of the city. This alone might have been fine, but the real problem was that now Lionel's conflict with their organization was public. There was no getting rid of this stain. Even if there was no direct evidence, if Lionel's mysterious backing was strong enough, they might not give a damn and kill those responsible anyway. This was the kind of power true strength could give someone. Scythe's frown deepened, causing Thorn and Finn to break out into a cold sweat. Even the usually expressionless Thorn couldn't help but tremble. After a while, Scythe's frown smoothed out. Since others could use him as a scapegoat, why couldn't he do the same? Who said he had to get directly involved? It was already a problem that he had come here personally. But there was good news as well. For one, he had come through a private port. Secondly, because he was trying to be secretive to begin with, these 2 were the only ones who knew about his arrival. And, coincidentally, these 2 were the only ones with direct contact and interaction with Lionel as well. This made things as perfect and watertight as they could be. Good. Scythe suddenly spoke. Make sure to monitor him closely, very closely. Should he show any signs of stepping out of line, don't hesitate to punish him according to the law. I will be doing an inspection on this branch for the next while. Do as you usually do. With that, Scythe walked by the 2 officers and disappeared down the corridor, leaving the 2 of them stunned. They weren't sure how they were supposed to take this information. Was there a hidden meaning? Were they supposed to take it at face value? What do we do? Finn's confident sneer was nowhere to be seen. He looked more like a wounded pup who had been abandoned by his owner. Thorn remained silent for a long while. Clearly, she too was confused. In the end, she spoke hesitantly. This may be a test. The first thing Commander asked about when he came to was about this Lionel character. It's clear that his goal in coming here was related to this young man. But he became apprehensive after hearing we already had dealings with him. On top of that, Commander came through the private pad only used in special circumstances. It's obvious that Commander wants to use us as scapegoats. It's clear that this Lionel's background isn't as simple as we once thought. Finn shivered at these words. It seemed that he too had already thought of this, it was just that he didn't want to believe it. But this is still an opportunity. Thorn said slowly. If we can kill this Lionel secretly, or manage to kill him in an above-board manner without bending or violating any rules, I think there's a chance we can turn this disaster into a chance to rise up the ranks. Finn clenched his jaw. It's already impossible to kill him secretly. The only chance is to use the latter option. Agreed. The only question was, how could they manipulate this Lionel into making a mistake worth his life? Deep within the corridor, Scytha, who the two thought had already left, curled his lip. It seems he was quite satisfied with the conclusion the two officers had come to. With that, he turned and truly walked away completely. This is still interesting, though. Scytha thought to himself. This branch seems to be on high alert for fugitives, but why be on alert to the point of coincidentally arresting a third-dimensional ant? It was quite the coincidence indeed. Their organization had two conflicts with Lionel, neither related to the other. It seemed that there was something interesting going on in this quadrant. Since he was here, he might as well dip a toe in and profit as well. What the two officers and Scytha had no idea about was that as they were speaking, the young man they were plotting the death of was already at death's door. Lionel lied convulsing in a pool of his own blood. By now, little Tolly was hopping around anxiously, but the little guy had no idea what to do. The scar along Lionel's side seemed to be growing more and more vicious with each passing moment. From afar, it looked as though Lionel was boiling from the inside out. The scar was like a burning hot coal, shining with a blazing red-orange light. It was at that moment that an already terrible situation seemed to get worse. The scar finally stopped growing and began to rapidly shrink. But, with this shrinkage came a violent suction energy. Not only was Lionel's own blood suddenly swallowed from around him, but the vitality within his body was being rapidly drained. Soon, Lionel went from a human that was bursting at the seams to a skeleton without an ounce of meat left on his body. His eyes sunk in, their whites flickering about wildly. He looked like he was truly at his end. Chapter 346. Lionel's skin pressed flush against his bone. Soon, it began to crackle and dry like a thin piece of paper. It even seemed like it just might crack like fine glass and perish into a pile of ash at any moment. It was only then that something changed. Badum. Badum. Lionel's chest jolted so violently that it seemed like his heart might leap from his chest. The outline of his ribs were so clear in his current state that it was even vaguely possible to see this sudden activity. His convulsing body shook once more. This time, a projectile of black blood shot out from his mouth as a familiar heat spread all through Lionel's body. If Lionel was conscious, his mind would flash back to the days he spent with his father and a disgusting green smoothie he had to force down his throat every day. Lionel had believed that he already understood the purpose of his father's concoctions. They had helped his body strengthen faster than others after the metamorphosis, despite the fact he wasn't born with an offensive or physical ability. Yet, he could have never thought that these benefits were just mere lingering after-effects. They couldn't even represent a single % of what their true strength was. At that moment, three things began to occur in Lionel's body at once. In his left kidney, a large force node of 100 cells had connected with the rest of his body and began to shimmer in full force. In his ethereal glabella, a sudden surge of soul force began to spin violently around itself, quickly forming a third star that sent pulses of pure energy outward. In his right kidney, a golden red stone began to form. No. It was more accurate to say that it had begun to reform. And it was much larger than any one of Lionel's other nodes. In fact, it didn't seem like a normal node at all. Lionel hadn't realized it before, but a portion of his kidney had been cut out. But it had been such a small portion that even when he swept his internal sight over it, he hadn't noticed a thing. It could be said that it only took up the space of a few thousand cells. However, at this moment, not only was the space that had been cut out suddenly filled with a heavy, swirling golden red energy, but it slowly matured, taking over the whole of Lionel's right kidney until it completely morphed. In a process that took several days, Lionel's right kidney turned from a normal organ of flesh and blood to a gem shimmering of gold and scarlet. It was clear that whatever had been cut out of Lionel had not only recovered, but it had also strengthened by countless times compared to the past. But what was most shocking was the fact it took the place of Lionel's 10th node, but was very clearly several times larger than his other nodes. The kidney might not have been a particularly large organ, but it was still formed of hundreds of thousands to millions of cells. Compared to the 100 cells that formed Lionel's other nodes, there wasn't even an appropriate comparison. In addition, compared to the force that usually swirled about Lionel's nodes and nodal pathways, this energy was several levels above anything Lionel had ever come into contact with before. It seemed that Lionel's father had gone a bit overboard in helping his son to recover. By normal convention, Lionel would have eventually helped his kidney mature to this state over a long period of time, but it seemed like this would no longer be necessary. At that moment, the violent changes to Lionel's body slowly came to a stop. As his 3-star constitution completed, a surge of black, putrid liquid flowed out from his pores and mouth, filling the lab setting with a terrible stench. At the same time, the golden red energy of his right kidney seemed to connect with the rest of his body, causing a purification effect that even managed to match the formation of Lionel's 3rd star in a casual manner. And, finally, Lionel's body, after going through so much, broke through another barrier and entered the superior stage. It was within his body that the most drastic changes began to occur. Whether by design or coincidence, the golden red energy of Lionel's kidney seemed to resonate with the residual red energy of his runes. Back when Lionel had almost failed and suffered bloodline deviation, he had managed to turn back in the end, but that experience still left a small influence on him. This was why instead of a pure violet, when he entered his true battle state, his eyes would also contain a tinge of red. This redness seemed to be beloved by the energy of Lionel's kidney and they became attracted to one another. Soon, the slight redness of Lionel's runes became more pronounced. At the same time, the bronze color grew in luster and tended slightly more toward gold. The changes weren't escaped by Lionel's hair, which also became more gold as it actually managed to survive the formation of his 3rd star this time around. But, maybe the greatest changes occurred in Lionel's ethereal glabella. At that moment, the faint spirit of his snowy star owl seemed to also be influenced. In fact, compared to Lionel's metal synergy lineage factor, it resonated with this scarlet gold energy on a much deeper level, even to the point of causing faint changes within the 12-sided star. As all these changes continued to take place, Lionel remained in a deep sleep. During that time, the spirit of the segmented cube seemed to not like the fact its insides had been so dirted. So, Lionel was swept up and thrust into the bathhouse of the abode setting. While the mess he left behind was cleaned, Lionel suddenly gasped awake, his hands erratically touching around his own body as though to make sure it was all still there. It was only then he sighed a breath of relief and realized he had somehow ended up in bed. Did I fail? Lionel sighed. Even if he failed, he thought himself lucky. After all, surviving in such a situation was likely borderline impossible. Hold on, Lionel frowned. If he had failed, why was he uninjured? Could it be that he had only managed to form one node? That was worse than failing altogether, because that meant he had no chance of forming his 10th now. Lionel couldn't help but feel a bit down. He sat up, crossing his legs and sinking into meditation. He might as well check the state of his body. He had always known that this was a nearly impossible endeavor, but for whatever reason, he had never even considered failure. Huh. Chapter 347. the first thing Lionel noticed was that his force was somewhat tinged with red. At first, he thought that this was a product of forming his third star. But, when he checked on the situation of his kidneys, he was left speechless. It became very obvious, very quickly, that the reddish-gold energy was coming from his right kidney, which shimmered like a gem within his body. What the hell? Lionel's hands suddenly shot toward his scar, his gaze flashing with an imperceptible light. The truth was that Lionel had never thought much about his scar. He had learned about it from his father's note, but that had been before he even stepped into the Mayan tomb. By the time he went through so many life and death situations and got his hands on the dictionary, something he could finally use to find out more about it, it wasn't even on his mind any longer. As a result, Lionel never got around to asking, innate force node. When Lionel's mind landed on these words, he was suddenly jolted out of his stupor. He remembered that the first time he learned about innate force nodes he had been reading Dimensional Cleanse. The creator had mentioned them and even said that created force nodes were no weaker. But, looking at his right kidney, Lionel had a hard time imagining that his self-created force nodes could match up. Whether it was in size, quality, or robustness, his right kidney far outstripped anything he had ever come across. In fact, it was an even higher quality than his light elemental force, which was an exceptionally high-level energy to begin with. Lionel frowned. Did this scar mean that someone had planted this force node into him? But why had he not noticed it until now? And what was with it being so large? Are all innate force nodes this large? Lionel reached out with his internal strength and tried to communicate with his right kidney's node. Ack! A searing pain suddenly shot through Lionel's body. Just a wisp of the force made him feel as though his body would burn to ash if he continued for even a split second more. Lionel broke out into a cold sweat, collapsing. What the hell? He couldn't even use his own innate force node? What kind of joke was this? Lionel had no idea that he had reawakened his innate force node much earlier than his father had expected. Lionel wasn't supposed to try and form a 10th node. That was simply suicidal. The fact he tried at all was enough for people to look at him as though he was a madman. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately depending on the perspective, his actions catalyzed the rebirth of his innate force node. But, it also made it far more powerful than he was prepared to deal with. Lionel gave up, taking out the dictionary. He really had no idea what was happening. What is going on? Lionel couldn't even come up with pointed questions, he could only ask this. Ever since he left the turbulence of Camelot, the dictionary had begun to work just fine once again. Ping! After a long while of listening and many more specific questions, Lionel came to understand. His innate force node hadn't been planted into him. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Someone had operated on him as a child and taken it out. When Lionel wanted to find out more about this, the dictionary practically cut him out. The only understanding he managed to grasp was that it wasn't his father's family that had done so, and even that was only done through various deductions. Still, in the end, the innate force node was Lionel's to begin with, it was written into his very being. It just needed a catalyst to rebirth itself. In the end, that catalyst came much earlier than anyone could have ever expected. Finally, Lionel learned about just what this energy was. Ping! Scarlet Star Force. Lionel, who was still in a bit of a bad mood after learning he had been operated on without his knowledge as a child, raised his eyebrows. What is that force? Ping! Replying to Seed, Scarlet Star Force is a mutated light elemental force that has gained characteristics of fire elemental force and star elemental force. It's a balance of all three that creates an all-new energy that ranks among the top of all three elemental types. Oh. Where does it rank amongst the three? Ping! It ranks top 10 of star elemental forces. It ranks top 3 within light elemental forces. It ranks number 1 within fire elemental forces. Lionel was shocked. This was the first time the dictionary had given him such a definitive answer about the strength of something. The fact its answer was so decisive and clear made Lionel realize that his Scarlet Star Force was likely something beyond his imagining. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Lionel asked the final question he had on his mind. What abilities is Scarlet Star Force known for? Ping, destruction. Lionel plopped down on his bed, a hint of shock playing his features. It was a clean, direct, and unconfusing answer. It couldn't have been more forcefully outlined. And Lionel believed it with his very being. His Scarlet Star Force wasn't as simple as causing damage with oppressive heat or strong power. Lionel quite literally felt his cells quake whenever he observed the energy, as though they didn't even want to live anymore. This level of force, this quality of energy, it held a mystery to it that was far beyond what the current Lionel could grasp. Even after just observing it for a moment, Lionel felt as though shackles within his mind were loosening, and the feeling was just as profound as the fourth-dimensional force art within his dream world. The only exception was that this Scarlet Star Force was only trying to teach him one thing instead of a myriad of things. How to destroy. Just when Lionel wanted to experiment to see what his true limits were, he froze, his gaze shooting up to the ceiling of his room. Someone was above him. Chapter 348. What is it, Uncle Zimo? Why did we stop? The voice of a young lady came out from the midst of an escort. In fact, it wasn't just any young lady, but rather Syl, the friend of the woman who was the cause of Lionel's current predicament, but also, ironically, maybe the reason Lionel was still alive. The escort was quite long, containing at least 50 individuals. Aside from one large chariot which Syl's voice came from, the rest rode odd war horses with twin horns and an underbelly covered in thick scales. Uncle Zimo was the very same older man with sparse hair that had taken Syl away from Ree just days ago. But, at the moment, he stood in place at the head of the escort, his hands folded to his back and his gaze narrowed. The issue was that he seemed to be staring into empty space. Other than an unkempt road before him amidst a thick forest, there was nothing else. Just when everyone was beginning to think Uncle Zimo had gone crazy, the ground trembled slightly and a young man slowly appeared. For a moment, it seemed as though the whole of the world revolved around him. The young man wore heavy leather robes that exuded the wild air of a beast. His hair, shimmering of gold and bronze, swayed slightly beneath the wind, accentuating his sharp, handsome features. Though his eyes were colored a dull green, they held a hidden sharpness within them that remained calm even in the face of such a large group. It was clear that this young man was still in the third dimension. Anyone with internal sight could see the faint rejection of the world around him. Yet, somehow, the pressure he exuded was so far beyond that. Uncle Zimo's gaze narrowed. Is there a reason you called me out? Lionel questioned. Despite the numerous eyes on him, his voice was steady and calm. However, it seemed to break an illusion everyone had just been under. Whether it was by coincidence or design, the aura of the previous Lionel had made everyone ignore a few things. For one, no one had noticed the little mink around his neck until now. And, most importantly, no one had noticed the black mark that hovered before his forehead until now as well. Upon realizing this, Uncle Zimo's expression became more hostile than it already was, causing Lionel to frown. Lionel was getting really tired of people being hostile to him just because of this mark on his forehead. He had even left the city, only for this nonsense to happen anyway. The worst part was that Lionel was certain that he was no match for this man. He didn't know enough about the fourth dimension to properly measure this man's stats, but all he needed to know was that this Uncle Zimo was far stronger than his previous self. As for how his current self would stack up, Lionel had no idea. He hadn't even had a chance to measure his limits. Uncle Zimo took a step forward, causing Lionel's furrowed brows to darken. I suggest you watch yourself. I'm not in the greatest of moods. Lionel said coldly. If you insist on attacking me without reason, I'll ensure that your whole escort is swarmed by beasts and invalids. Lionel's sudden words stunned Uncle Zimo. Maybe he had never expected someone within the third dimension to speak to him like this. There weren't many even within the fourth dimension who dared to say such words. However, Lionel was clearly not in the mood to mind his feelings. First, he was branded like a slave. Then he was forced out of the city without a place to sleep. Then he almost died during his breakthrough, only to find out that someone had snatched something that was his as a child. Even though he had gotten it back now, with Lionel's personality, he was still more than just a little pissed. And now, instead of crossing over him without a word, this damned old man stopped the whole escort just to bring him out from the ground and suddenly wanted to target him for something that wasn't his fault. Lionel found that his patience for nonsense was getting shorter and shorter as time passed. The longer he spent in this new world order, the more his charismatic, easygoing self was whittled away. Uncle Zemo's shocked appearance suddenly gave way to a sneer and then laughter. It wasn't just him, many of the soldiers and warriors within the escort couldn't hold it in any longer. Yet, Lionel didn't seem to have heard their mocking chuckling. He flipped his palm over, a deep black bow appearing in his hand. Even the sun that peeked through the heavy foliage above could only be wholly absorbed by its surface. The little mink on Lionel's shoulder bared its little fangs, growling. Lionel's aura seemed to change once more, sharpening. A slightly cold wind circled around him, causing the dried leaves at his feet to swirl about. He casually knocked an arrow and faced the escort, his indifferent gaze locking onto Zemo. It was clear in an instant that he wasn't joking in the slightest. If this old man continued to piss him off, he really would do something. Uncle Zemo stopped laughing and frowned. Do you really think any beasts would be attracted by your mere third-dimensional force? Do you think I would need my fourth-dimensional force to deal with you? Do you think this is a fairy tale? Lionel's gaze remained without expression. It was as though he hadn't heard Zemo's words at all. His entire demeanor seemed to say try me. His own third-dimensional force wouldn't attract invalids here, but what if he activated his Winter Four Seasons realm comprehension? He had already reached the pinnacle of crystallization. What if he broke into the fourth dimension with his soul force right here? And even if he ignored all of that, what about his Scarlet Star force? Was there a beast or invalid in the world that could withstand its temptation? At this point, Lionel was truly daring Zemo to act. He would gladly bury this arrogant prick right here. At the same time, Uncle Zemo was growing more and more pissed. A mere third-dimensional ant actually dared to speak to him this way. The worst part was that he really didn't dare to call Lionel out on his bluff. Even if he truly believed Lionel was spewing nothing but nonsense, he had a responsibility to protect Zemo. Even if there was only a 1% chance, he was trained to not risk it. His gaze turned hard as he stared down Lionel, but the latter met his gaze without a worry. It's you? Suddenly, a voice cut through the atmosphere. Lionel frowned. Not only did he recognize the voice, just hearing it made him more pissed than he already was. At that moment, two women peeked out from the carriage, one of whom was Ri, the very woman who caused much of Lionel's troubles in this world. The moment she spoke, Lionel's glare landed on her, causing her trouble breathing to come back several fold stronger. She nearly collapsed where she stood. Uncle Zemo suddenly took a step forward, but, shoo. He had hardly moved when an arrow landed barely a centimeter before his foot. In that instant, he froze. This wasn't because he felt the danger of the arrow. It was slow, and for someone like him, dodging it would have been possible. The issue was that he hadn't even finished lifting his foot when the arrow landed before him right in the area he had wanted to step toward. The awkward sudden stop shifted his momentum backward, causing an arrow that wouldn't have been lethal to him regardless to make him look ridiculous. Lionel's gaze left Ri and landed back on Uncle Zemo, his expression becoming even colder. Now that he knew this escort was led by that woman, his impression of them was even worse. Boy. Zemo's voice came out in a low growl. Uncle Zemo, stop. Sill's voice suddenly calmed the atmosphere once again. Young man, how about we have a chat? Lionel frowned and looked away from Zemo once again. What did this woman want? Chapter 349. Sill was a bit off-put by Lionel's reaction. What young man wouldn't want to have a talk with a beauty like her? What was his issue? However, with her noble upbringing, it was impossible for such thoughts to cross her face. In fact, they were just fleeting thoughts of hers she didn't spend much time on to begin with. Did you not hear her? Just when Lionel was thinking of what he should be doing, a young man riding one of those odd war steeds glared toward Lionel. It was clear that he was very much unsatisfied with Lionel's attitude. What the hell is wrong with these people? Lionel almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. It was as though everyone who he met made it their duty to piss him off. If you want to speak with me, there's nothing wrong with the current arrangement. I would hate to get attacked again just for breathing the same air as you. Lionel said indifferently. Sil was even more stunned by these words, while Zemo's expression darkened. As for the young man who spoke out, his hands slid to the sword by his side. It seemed that he too was losing his patience. No one seemed to realize that Lionel's words were correct, even if they were somewhat rude. He had just been dragged up from deep within the earth just because he happened to be along their way. Who knew what would happen if he actually accepted this advice? He didn't have a death wish. The only reason Lionel set himself up so close to the road to begin with was because beasts tended to avoid the human population, so they would be less likely to be near where humans frequented. But he didn't expect this logical choice to land him in trouble. Ree stomped her feet. He's so rude, Sil. Just get Uncle Zemo to beat him up so we can leave. Lionel's gaze swept over Ree once more, causing the rest of her words to get caught in her throat. Whatever she meant to say came out in a whimper, dying in her chest. Sil comforted Ree for a moment before peeking back through the window of the carriage. She observed Lionel for a long while. She couldn't help but be curious, plus, she felt a bit guilty. She had happened to overhear some of the things Lionel had suffered through in the city thanks to the actions of her friend. The fact he was hostile wasn't too much of a surprise. It could even be said it was partly her fault for giving Ree an inside path toward a job she wasn't qualified for. Sil hesitated. I'm in need of a guard. The pay is quite good, if you're interested. Zemo's expression changed. Guard? What better guard was there than him? Even if he failed, there were still 50 others. And even if those 50 failed, there were still the hand-selected youths for this important event. And even if by some act of a god all of this failed, there were still the life-saving measures she had as the young miss of a preeminent family. What need did she have for a third-dimensional guard? The young man riding the war horse by Sil's carriage carried the worst expression. How did asking for a new guard reflect on himself? But Lionel's words made it all worse. I have no interest in being a bodyguard. I only want to leave this place without being targeted. Lionel said plainly. Though he was in need of an organization to gain information from, Lionel had no interest in this nonsense. He had to figure out a way to find Aina, or at least get her to find him, and joining a group with so much clear hostility toward him was the last thing he wanted to do. Sil was once again stumped. She tried to be nice, but if Lionel didn't want it, there was no way for her to force him to accept her kindness. Of course, if Lionel knew her thoughts, he would think she thought too much of herself. It was an act of kindness for him to act as her guard. Compared to those here, even if his physical strength couldn't match up, his internal sight was most definitely unmatched. His ability to keep her safe by avoiding danger alone would be better than everyone here. Even if it wasn't about his internal sight, Lionel was starting to get a better and better understanding of his talent and how it matched up to others the longer he spent in this new world order. Maybe in a time as short as a month, Sil wouldn't have the face to ask him for such a thing. After a moment of being flustered, Sil still didn't know how to respond. It was then that something no one could have expected to happen, happened. Zyler, your quota is revoked. Young man, I would like for you to take his place in representing out Kiafur family, what do you think? The young man riding the odd, scaled warhorse froze. All the animosity and hatred he had on his face was suddenly washed away by despair. The delicate voice sounded from within the carriage. Though Lionel couldn't see who had spoken, he felt as though her words manifested into a painting of her image. It was gorgeous, pure and flawless, riding the cool wind like a fragrant breeze. Lionel didn't know why, but he was compelled to say yes almost immediately. However, everyone else was shocked beyond belief. Let alone Zyler, even Sil, who had wanted to take Lionel as a bodyguard, and Zimo, who had wanted to kill Lionel just a moment ago, stood frozen. Lionel might not have known who had just spoken, but they knew well who it was. She was none other than the future matriarch of the family, the woman both Ri and Sil called sister-in-law, and the wife of Sil's only elder brother, Mistress Era. Compared to Sil, the word of this woman was practically law. Since she had spoken, things were practically final. It was to the point where even if Lionel wanted to run, Zimo wouldn't allow him to. In fact, it was to the point that any hostility Zimo had toward Lionel could only be buried deep within his heart. Realizing the sudden change in the atmosphere, Lionel seemed to understand that turning this offer down wasn't an option. But, what was this quota this woman spoke of? What mess had he been thrust into this time? Chapter 350. Lionel sat in the carriage completely expressionless, as though he couldn't sense the numerous glares coming at him from the outside. The truth was that if he was a bit less thick-skinned, he would be embarrassed as well. He was currently the only man within the carriage, and the reason for this was quite embarrassing as well. He really hated riding horses. Lionel sat in a corner to himself, ignoring the fragrance that hung in the air. He had never been very moved by such things to begin with. Even the beautiful Mistress Era only caught his attention for a moment before he didn't glance her way again. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. In fact, it seemed that Lionel would meet a new most beautiful woman he had ever seen every other month. It was as though they all grew on trees and were being picked for him in terms of quality. But, Lionel knew that the truth was that the more powerful the woman, the more beautiful they seemed to be. This was likely just a matter of evolution. Era, though, seemed to be particularly fairy-like. A head of flowing white hair, two crystal-like, shimmering blue eyes, a delicately sculpted nose. Everything down from the slight blush of her cheeks to the slenderness of her fingers were all perfectly sculpted to enrapture a man. It somehow made Lionel think of Aina, not for their similarities, but for their differences. Lionel's memory of Aina wasn't as beautiful. In fact, even when Aina wore dresses and portrayed the image of a shy, reserved lady, he had always noticed her tan skin. Of course, on Earth, women took tanning as a trend, at least in the western parts of the world. This was a trend that held strong from the 21st century even to this current point. But, Lionel knew that Aina wasn't the type of person to artificially tan herself or lounge out in the sun. Subconsciously, he always knew that her tan must have come from something else. In fact, it was precisely because of Aina's tan that Lionel first became interested in her, and his curiosity eventually got the best of him. Lost in thought, Lionel suddenly smiled. It seemed he missed her quite a lot. He longed to fight side by side with her again. Those warriors who caught sight of Lionel's smile through the window were stunned before feeling furious again, especially when they saw that Ri and Sil had entered somewhat of a daze. Lionel didn't seem to notice the reactions of the others around him as he closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation as he allowed the little mink to cuddle in his arms. At that moment, it seemed as though the air around him had subtly changed. Though he wanted to ask about what he had just gotten himself into, since Mistress Era hadn't said a word, he could only remain silent as well. With his dream world, he could still improve himself without moving an inch. As Lionel fell into meditation, Ri looked somewhat jealously toward the little mink in his arms, causing Sil to giggle. For someone who claims to be scared of him, you sure interact with him a lot, she said teasingly. Ri pouted. I just wanted to pet it, why couldn't I just pet it? Little Blackstar opened one of its eyes to look at Ri before closing it and ignoring her once again. This disregard almost made her stamp her foot in rage. Era remained silent throughout the antics of the two girls, sending a curious gaze toward Lionel. Interesting, she thought, smiling to herself. Lionel's mind fully entered his dream world. At the moment, he could split his mind 9 ways, so he put one to the task of monitoring the surroundings of his main body while the rest immersed themselves. I've mastered 300 spears to now. If I want to completely grasp the chain domain, I still have 1700 more to go, Lionel sighed. It took him months to reach that 300 or so spear mark. It would probably take him years to finish comprehending just a singular spear domain, yet that wasn't even a single % of the spears within the spear domain ring. If only I could break through now, Lionel knew that his ability was directly tied to his soul force. If he broke through to the fourth dimension with it, his ability would definitely evolve to an all-new level. But, it was simply too dangerous to do this in the wilderness. This was the real reason Lionel swallowed all of that dew in one go previously. He didn't want to risk running out of force and having to pull from the atmosphere. If he did, he would have probably been swarmed and died. Unfortunately, he had no dew left. And, even if he did, the dew wasn't compatible with his soul force as it was normal force. In addition, it was only of the third dimension, not the fourth, so it was completely unhelpful. Lionel shook his head. If he hadn't been kicked out of the city, this wouldn't have been a problem. But, life wasn't fair. Maybe I should just try to dream sculpt those 4 seasons force arts. Lionel rejected this idea immediately. He would need to bring them out from the snow globes in order to do this. Someone as sharp as Era would definitely see through their specialness. By then, it'd be a wonder if he could even keep them. Lionel wasn't foolish enough to simply believe Era was a good person just because she was beautiful and had a pleasing voice. Then it seems my only option is to focus on comprehending the changes to my body and comprehending more spears. Lionel shook his head. There were really too many things limiting him. Wait. Lionel's gaze suddenly sharpened. He looked up toward the very top of his dream world, locking eyes with a massive sphere of force arts. With a thought, a spear manifested in Lionel's hands. It was adorned by feathers and seemed quite light to the touch. In addition, it was wildly flexible, waving about at the slightest movement of Lionel's wrist. It felt more like a loose string or a whip than a spear. This was one of the spears that Lionel had yet to master. Lionel locked eyes with the spherical force art and suddenly brandished the spear. He instantly fell into a state of enlightenment. What he didn't know was that at the very instant he did, Era's gaze suddenly shot open like an eagle. The air around Lionel had changed once again. Auspicious air. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.